What's in it?
Sit down, Deputy. Come out. Oh, that's fine.
Never mind. I'm sure they're all gone by now.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, I would be very nervous.
That's what I'm neutralizing the fan for against.
I would be very nervous.
Oh, I get to sit by the smart guys today.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. I'd like to welcome you all.
I know you.
Ladies, gentlemen, please, just.
Yeah.
I don't have my echo anymore.
I'm working on it here. I'm sorry. Back in and see if it's.
My lunch.
We're ready? Okay, thank you. As you can see, ladies and gentlemen, we're a bit crowded in here. So we're going to be taking the roll call, then we're going to change the agenda up a little bit to relieve some of the stress of this room. If you are asked, and we have more guests coming, constituents coming, we are at capacity right now. We cannot fit a single human being back into this room, so people will have to exit if you would like to get additional people in here. So please be courteous to your neighbors and to your friends to allow that to happen, because there may be some shifting simply so that we can maintain the fire code and the safety of all of you. All right, so that I'm not trying to deter you from listening. We do have monitors available for you in the room right outside in the hallway. So please understand that's why we have an old building and we're limited to the space that we do have. And the room downstairs in the auditorium is being remediated right now, so it's not available. So with that, I'd like to call this meeting to order, please. It is Tuesday, November 21st. It is 1:06:23. Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Allen present. Bates.
It's here.
Berman.
Everyone's here.
Davis.
Davis here.
Ford.
Board present.
Gums.
It's here.
Iqbal. Juby. here. Kenyon.
Here.
Kais. Leonard.
Honor here.
Lewis. Linder.
Here.
Molina present. Roth.
Here.
Sanchez
present.
Silva is here. Strathman. Surgis. Tarver. Tepe.
here.
Williams.
Williams here.
Young.
Young here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum. Mr. Doherty is requesting remote.
Mr. Doherty is requesting remote. Is there anybody else who's requesting remote?
No.
Okay.
No? Okay, very good.
Somebody else is here.
Wait, Mr. Doherty, are you present? No? Okay. All right.
Perhaps when he comes on, we can bring him on if I meets with your approval. All right, very good. Mr. Ford, could you do the pledge for us?
Sure can. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America,
the republic for which it stands,
One nation under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Hey. Sure.
There is no approval of a minutes at this time, since this is a special meeting. So here we go. Here's going to be a little bit of the change. We're going to be going up to public comment, but I would like to do the proclamations of our two families first. Proclamations will come second. I've just been corrected. Proclamations will come second after that, so I can ask for your patience. I know some of you have got to get to court, so we'll try to be as efficient as we possibly can. We're going to be limiting this. I would like to limit this to 45 minutes without your objection.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'd request our proclamations first. If that's okay with the rest of the board, I'd like our Chief Judge and Judge Vila to get back to work and our Shakita Hart Burns family as well.
I would like, that was my intention, but I was told by our state's attorney that that may not be allowable. If I could confer with them briefly, I would agree with you.
Theo Frank, just the concern is that it's on the agenda. The public have a right to speak on any agenda item before essentially it's voted upon. So the opinion of the office would be that public comment be allowed unless no one has signed up as it relates to comments on the proclamation.
I see no one objecting to these proclamations at all, sir. So with that, I would like to move the proclamations, thank you,
Thank you.
to forward movement so that we can make sure that our chief judge as soon as able to get out and do what the work of the people. So with that, this is truly an honor, and I will ask Ms. Molina, since it's your committee, to read it, please. But I have known Chief Judge Hall for a very, very long time, probably 15 years now, 16 years, and it has been an honor to work with him. It's always been a privilege of a man of great compassion, understanding, intelligence, a true family man, a true citizen of not only his beloved St. Charles, but also of all of Kane County. And I think we all need to recognize him for doing such extraordinary work for all of us. So with that, if I can have Ms. Molina, please read this on our behalf.
Proclamation recognizing the Honorable Judge Thomas Clinton Hull III. Whereas in the year 1993, Thomas Clinton Clint Hull III was licensed to practice law in the state of Illinois by the Illinois Supreme Court. And whereas as an attorney, Clint Hull dedicated his life to public service as a prosecuting assistant state's attorney in the Kane County State's Attorney's Office, eventually rising to the rank of Chief of Criminal Division. And whereas Clint Hull was appointed Associate Judge by the Circuit Clerk Judges of the 16th Judicial Circuit in March 2009, and whereas in September 2016, Judge Hull was subsequently appointed to the position of Circuit Clerk Judge of the 16th Judicial Circuit by the Illinois Supreme Court, and whereas Chief Judge Hull was duly elected to the position of Circuit Judge by the electorate of the Kane County, Illinois in December of 2018, and whereas during his judicial career, Judge Hull has served in traffic, misdemeanor, family law, felony courtrooms, and was appointed the presiding judge of the Juvenile Division of the 16th Judicial Circuit. And whereas the Honorable Judge Hull was selected by his fellow circuit judges to serve as Chief Judge of the 16th Judicial Circuit, Kane County, Illinois, effective December 1st, 2019. And whereas since assuming the duties of the office of Chief Judge, Judge Hull has admirably guided the 16th Judicial Circuit through enormous and unprecedented challenges, including the COVID-19 pandemic and the implementation of the Illinois Safety Act that dramatically reformed the criminal justice system, which included the elimination of cash bail. And Chief Judge also initiated the process of creating the first strategic plan for the 16th Judicial Court. And whereas Chief Judge Hull's term as Chief Judge in the 16th Judicial Circuit expires November 30th, 2023, whereas Judge Hull's significant contributions to the people of the County of Kane have earned the recognition and the acclaim of his peers, the Kane County Board, and the public in general. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the County Board of Kane County that the Honorable Judge Thomas Clinton Hall III is hereby recognized for his many years of dedicated and outstanding public service to the people of Kane County, and that the County Board of the County of Kane bestows its sincere thanks and appreciation for his wise counsel and skillful, dedicated, and outstanding work during his public service, notably for his contributions to the people of the County of Kane County as Chief Judge for the 16th Judicial Circuit.
I know everybody has a busy schedule and give a lawyer a chance to speak. But I just want to say thank you. You know, I've spent most of my life here in Kane County, working first as a prosecutor and then as a judge. I feel very blessed to be a citizen of Kane County. And when I look back at the bookends of Chief Judge, it started with COVID, it ended with the Safety Act. So there were a lot of challenges. Can't say, and when I've reflected on the 4 years here, what I'm going to miss the most is the friendships and the relationships that I have with all of you. I know that you guys have a very, very tough job. The guiding principle as Chief Judge for me was always what's in the best interest of the 16th Judicial Circuit. And that wasn't always easy to do sometimes. Sometimes there were disagreements. Sometimes not only we, but different people that I worked with didn't agree on what that route was. But what I do know is that we always worked together to try to do what was in the best interest of the 16th Circuit. And I'm proud of those last 4 years. So on behalf of myself and on behalf of the judiciary, I want to thank you for the support that you've given me and all of us over the last 4 years. And I'm very, very excited to be turning the reins over to Judge Robert Villa, who is going to be our incoming Chief Judge. The only thing I add to that is Rob and I are both big Illini fans, so ILL. So thank you very much, everybody. Have a good meeting. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Please have a motion and a second to approve this.
Molina will move.
Williams seconds.
Thank you. Voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Very good. I hear no nays. So the next one. Next proclamation is for a woman who's extraordinary. She has been a great leader to the city of Aurora for a number of years. I did not know her personally, but I knew her reputation. She was a gracious woman, an extraordinary leader, and she loved the city of Aurora. She loved Montgomery. She loved Kane County and served it very well for many years, and it all much too untimely passing. So with that, this proclamation is unique. Before I bring it forward to all of you, it is presented by the representatives of the city of Aurora. They each signed it uniquely. It is to recognize the stewardship and the greatness of this extraordinary alderwoman. I would like to bring Michelle Gums, and she will present the proclamation to you all. And Shakita will be missed. She was a queen. So with that. Please, everybody from Aurora who signed it, please stand.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Okay.
I'm going to speak a little bit quiet because I just had a tooth pulled. We're gonna go up front. Yeah,
Sorry.
I want the
On the wrong way. Or my life.
Shakita's family could stand up. They're my family too, FYI. And this delegation here from Aurora, you're our family as well. So we're gonna read this proclamation, but we're gonna read a little bit at a time. So bring your glasses. Ron didn't bring his glasses. All right. 2023 proclamation declaring the first day of December 2023, Aurora Alderman woman Shakita Hart Burns Day. Whereas we gather here today to celebrate the remarkable life and enduring legacy of Aurora Alderwoman Shakita Hart Burns, a true trailblazer, advocate, and beloved pillar of our community. Whereas Aurora Alderwoman Shakita Hart Burns, born on the first day of December in the year 1954, was called to heaven on the 19th day of June in the year 2023, a day commemorating Juneteenth, a day of celebration and reflection symbolizing the significance of her actions throughout her lifetime and
Thank you. Whereas in 1991, Aurora Alderwoman Hart Burns made history by becoming the first African-American and the first woman elected to the Aurora City Council, representing Ward 7 with unwavering dedication for an astounding 32 years. And whereas throughout her illustrious career, she exemplified the essence of public service, consistently advocating for those who may have been disadvantaged and striving to create a better, more inclusive society for all. And
I gotta take my glasses off to see. Whereas her life's work serves as an inspiration to all who follow in her footsteps, reminding us that public service is not just a duty, but a calling to make a positive impact on the lives of others. And whereas beyond her dedication to public service, Aurora Alderman Hart Burns touched countless lives with her compassion and love for each person that she encountered. Her memorable signature phrase, love you, resounds with all who were fortunate enough to know her, leaving an indelible mark on their hearts.
I'm sorry, I can't read this. I don't have my reading glasses with me, so I'm going to pass it on. I'd like to.
Which one are we on? Excuse me. Oh. Whereas she led with love, understanding, and empathy, making her a beacon of hope and strength for the people of Kane County. And whereas in remembrance of her indomitable spirit, unwavering advocacy, and boundless love, we, the people of Kane County, I proclaim that her legacy shall endure through our actions. And
whereas we celebrate the beautiful life of Aurora Alderman Shakita Hart Burns, for she will forever remain our hearts as the Queen of Aurora. Now for there be proclaimed by the King County Board on the first day of December in the year 2023, be Aurora Alderman Shakita Hart Burns Day.
in witness whereof the King County Board hereby authorizes and directs the county chair to set the hand and affix the seal of the County of Kane on this, the 21st day of November in the year 2023.
You had the pleasure of knowing Chiquita long before she became alderman. And it just should be noted that her activity in the community as a community activist started long before that point. Also, her love for kids and the youth and to serve the kids and youth. This all came about her becoming an alderman when the city of Aurora got remapped and some doors got opened up to where it was an opportunity for minorities to get more involved with being elected for office. I remember having a conversation with her, and when she decided to run, it was a great opportunity for the city of Aurora. And here we are now, years later, just applauding and really identifying all the work she done. But it really should be known that she didn't become alderman and then start working the community. She started working the community first, and along the line became an alderwoman for the city of Aurora.
A really good thing to say is, if you knew Shakita, you would appreciate the hat. And I would like to thank our lovely Clayton Muhammad for being here as well from the city of Aurora.
Hello, everybody. I do want to first stand here. I am her son. And I do want to thank the county board, Michelle Gums, who was a huge supporter of hers, and she was the same. And the passing of my mother is very tragic. It was something that was not expected, but it happened. And I want to just say that she loved every single one of her constituents, whether it be in Kane County, DuPage County, Kendall County, in other states. She loved and treated every single one of the people, I would say, equally, and assisted no matter what. Kane County, she stayed in Kane County, talking to judges, lawyers, because she wanted to make sure that there was equality in the city of Aurora and in Kane County as a whole. I do thank the school board, the county board for this honor, and it will always be remembered. Thank you.
Yeah.
Double duty.
Yeah. There you go.
Thank you all. And the love has been shared. Could we please have a motion and a second to approve this?
Linda moves.
Thank you.
Gums will second.
Thank you, Ms. Gums. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. What was notable as everyone was standing up is that, do you realize that 1/3 of this county board represents the city of Aurora and the Aurora region? Powerful voting bloc. So we begin. All right, before we begin public comment, I would just like to share that there's going to be a slight change of the agenda. We will be moving on now to public comment. After that, I'll be moving the zoning petitions next to deal with the solar fields and have that go through. Then we will go on to the items of our tax, all those resolutions and ordinances that will be passed. And then we'll complete it with our changes of our ordinances. Okay, so that will be the change that I hope without objection to make it much more efficient. I believe that we will be going, just so that everybody knows, after executive session, or after the public comment, we will be going momentarily into executive session. The state's attorney would like to advise us on some matters before we move forward. And then we will go back to open session. So at that time, I will ask everybody to leave. You'll have to leave this chamber. You'll be welcomed back because this will just be a brief executive session, I assume. You'll be welcomed back to take your seats again. So this will be limited to 45 minutes in appreciation of time. We have many more speakers than we can accommodate during that period of time. Most of them are on agenda items, so each speaker will be allotted 5 minutes. If you would like to give up a little bit of your time and be brief, make brief statements, more people will be able to speak at that point, but that's up to you on what you feel is most appropriate and the statements you have to make. So let me get the list and we shall begin. I have them. There they are. I got it.
Madam Chair, Doherty.
Mr. Doherty, you're here. Welcome.
Yeah, sorry I was a little late.
It's fine. Welcome. We're
Thank
just
you.
about ready to begin with public comments, sir. Yes. Yes, the board has given him permission already, sir. So Mr. Marth is here. No, I don't see him. The next speaker is Denise Gorlick. There she is.
Good afternoon.
Good
Can
afternoon.
you hear me? I'm loud anyway. I might not even.
You
need
a
this.
little bit closer to the
A
microphone.
little bit closer.
That's very good. Thank you.
During the October 25th Kane County Finance meeting, when the committee was debating whether or not to authorize an increase in the county motor fuel tax, Madam Chair made a striking assertion. She stated that she calculated through what she described as a mental exercise that the average consumer would spend a mere 2 quarters and a dime, 60 cents a week, with the proposed increase in motor fuel tax. This statement summarizes what is wrong with our government officials. To reduce the impact of tax increases to the equivalent of pocket change is not just a misrepresentation, it's a blatant disregard for the struggles of hardworking individuals and families in our community. It dismisses the burden they face. Today, I stand before you not as a concerned citizen, but as a representative of a growing sentiment within our community, a sentiment burdened by an increasingly unsustainable tax system. Illinois, a state we cherish, has the second highest property tax in the United States. This isn't a statistic to wear as a badge of honor, it's a call to action for change. The U.S. Census reveals a stark reality. Illinois leads the nation with a staggering 6,930 local governments, far surpassing Texas, which follows with 5,533. Texas, being 4.7 times the size of Illinois and having a population 2.5 times larger, showcases the enormity of this disparity. In Illinois, almost 7,000 local governing bodies have woven a complex web of bureaucracy, complicating our lives and overtaxing our wallets. Consider for a moment the property tax bill of a St. Charles resident. 10 taxing bodies itemized, each vying for a piece of our hard-earned income. Moreover, many of these taxing entities, including Kane County, are proposing tax increases for the upcoming year. They assure us these hikes will have minimal impact, but let's be honest. Every increase adds to the progressive burden on taxpayers, no matter how small. What's disheartening is the stark reality that while these tax increases loom over us, predominantly, it's government employees who seem to be getting the raises. The hardworking citizens who bear the brunt of these taxes are left struggling to make ends meet, provide for their families, and invest in their futures. The never-ending cycle of tax hikes extends beyond property taxes. Motor fuel taxes, sale taxes, and increased assessment fees further strain our financial well-being. There's no escape, no relief from the ceaseless burden imposed upon us. Kane County should focus on better managing current resources before burdening taxpayers further. We demand fiscal responsibility and accountability from our governing bodies. The overreach of government and the excessive layers of taxation are obstacles to our community's growth and prosperity. I urge this board to reconsider the impact of these constant tax increases on hardworking families. Let's seek solutions that prioritize our community's welfare, fostering an environment where our citizens can thrive without the weight of overburdening taxations. Before squeezing every last penny from taxpayers, I propose that the board reallocate 2 quarters and a dime from the wasteful spending in the existing budget to cover the necessities indicated in the proposed tax increase. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Ladies, please, the time is still at 45 minutes.
One more like that. One further room.
There is Debbie Kanarowski. Thank you, Debbie. There you are.
Good afternoon. I recently attended a 3-day economics forum at a college in Michigan. While listening to professors from college throughout the United States, I kept thinking there are some county board members who should be here to listen to what the professors shared. According to the economists, pushing for higher taxes during inflation is misguided. As we all know, the price tag on consumer goods like gas and food is increasing faster than our wages. I read this morning the Thanksgiving meal is up 25% this year from 2019. To compensate, citizens are having to use credit cards to make ends meet. According to Wallet Hub, consumers took on $43 billion in additional credit card debt in the second quarter of this year, which is 3 times the debt they charged after the recession in 2008. Kane County residents are trying to decide where to cut their budgets already. Those on fixed incomes, our senior citizens, must decide, should they go to the doctor, buy groceries, pay for medicine, gas, etc.? What can they do without? As you know, many Illinois residents are leaving the state due to the excessive taxing. My family, I'm originally from Wisconsin, and their tax bill is 1/3 of what I pay for the same size house. I completely understand that the board has a portion of the property tax bill, but every increase affects my budget and the taxpayers. While walking to get signatures for candidates, I stopped at a Democrat's house in my neighborhood and talked to him about the proposed tax increase. He looked at me and said, "Something has to change," and he signed the petitions. With the surplus money currently available to the board, it is time not time to ask the taxpayers for more money. We are requesting, instead of asking us for more money, that you look at the budget and find ways to cut. We do not want more government spending. This is not a partisan issue. It is about elected officials recognizing that we, the citizens, pay the bills, not the government. The government can give to anybody anything. The government cannot give to anybody anything that the government does not first take from somebody else. You are taking from us. History shows most citizens do not approve for tax increases. Remember what happened to George H.W. Bush when he raised taxes? He lost the election. On behalf of those who could not come to the meeting in the middle of an afternoon on a workday to express their concern, I am asking you on their behalf and my own to vote no to raise taxes. This is an unnecessary steal from the taxpayers. Thank you.
Please, Brian Anderson. Is Brian here? No?
He's here.
Sorry for the delay. Good afternoon. My name is Brian Anderson, Sugar Grove, Illinois. Talk about, I had some talking points. I've been coming here for 9 months. And if today would have been my first time, I'd be somewhat confused because I don't know. You look at all these resolutions and in simple language, right? Simple, plain language. Where is it? Property tax discussion. Well, in October, it's going to be in November 1st. Well, it's going to be in the next November. Well, it's now going to be in the 21st. I don't know. I don't see it. I'm assuming Resolution 23467, tax levy for the general fund. Maybe that's all encompassing. Maybe it's like in DC when Nancy Pelosi says, we got to pass the bill and then we can figure out what's in it. I don't know. What I do want to do is I want to thank the board. And I mentioned this last time. I want to thank each and every one of you that started in the subcommittees, that was in the executive committee. And then finally, I saw with my own eyes, great collaboration. It was 11-1. You shut down the gas tax. And I applaud each and every one of you for finally, let me take a look here. The vision and mission statement of Kane County to be accountable for the citizens. What a great group. What a great group of people here today. Downstairs is filled. Nobody can get up. This is a great sample of the 301,000 registered voters in Kane County. Democrat, Republican, Libertarian, Independent. We don't want any portion, no matter how you slice it and how you word it, PTEL, RTL. We don't want the property taxes raised. Why? Because for 13 years, the portion has been frozen and we've done well. If it failed after year one, okay, let's come back to the table and figure out what we need to do. We're talking 13 years of tax freeze. The other speakers before me have spoke on different data points. We all know that's out of our control. This is something that is in your control. So I'm pausing because I'm reminded at the last board meeting I came to, Madam Chair was celebrating, let's celebrate small business. Let's go out. Let's spend our money the day after Thanksgiving. Outstanding. I'm a small business owner. Every small business owner wants to make money and save money and be good at fiscal responsibility. So raising any portion of taxes doesn't help anybody as a small business owner. We've done very well. Now, a little bit unpopular. Madam Chair is very enthusiastic, which I love. You can't confuse that with competence. That's what I'm questioning. I'm looking at a report here from prior years of the board. Typically, I don't know, August or September, the budget has been done. The people have had a chance to see it. Here we are on the 21st of November, a few days before Thanksgiving, and people want to go see friends and family. We're here discussing something that she should have had on the agenda, quite frankly, several months ago. I'm not blaming the board members. Blaming each of you. I'm looking at the leader. Where the leader goes is where effectiveness goes, and we're not being very effective in Kane County right now. Call to action with my limited time. I'm imploring, encouraging, inspiring one of you on this board, and I don't know all the proper Robert's rules of language, whether it's an amendment, whether it's a petition, a resolution. Let's have a clean bill. You want to raise the property taxes in Kane County for the first time in 13 years? Then put it on a referendum and let the people vote for it, and let's see what happens.
Here is Larry Beddick.
Good afternoon. My name is Larry. Can you hear me okay? My name is Larry Bettag. I am a vice president of a national mortgage company. I'm here to talk on agenda, specifically why we need to address the taxes. I will make this brief. You're killing my business. The bulk of the contracts that I receive are from residents leaving, and they're going to Wisconsin, Indiana, Tennessee, Florida. But I'll put a pretty bow on this whole thing when I'm done. If I want to talk about the real picture of really what's going on here and the need and the requests and why we have our taxes being requested to be raised all the freaking time. So from February of 2020 to May of 2023, Madam Chair, per the Illinois Sunshine and the Illinois Board of Elections has received over $192,000 of donations, all from unions. 99.8% of them are from unions, and they're to her. So I'm timing myself, so I won't go over. I'll just give you maybe a minute of some of these unions. The Laborers International Union of North America, $10,000. Illinois PAC for Education, $5,000. Chicago Operators Joint Management PAC, $5,000. Same PAC again, $5,000. Same PAC again, $5,000. Western Suburban Teachers Union, $5,000. Illinois Freedom Federation, $3,000. Teamsters Volunteers. But here's the deal. I can go on and on. I have pages and pages and pages and pages of all of the donations. Most of them are from outside the county. The Teamsters in Park Ridge, the West Suburban Teachers Union, the Laborers International Union of North America, they're from Burr Ridge. The Roofers and Waterproofers, Local 11, are from Oak Brook. Chicago Operators Labor Union in Countryside. The AFT local number 654 is in Crest Hill, just outside of Joliet. I assure you, if you take a look at Illinois Sunshine or her D2, you will see that I had independent people, a former accountant, take a look at it, and he said, whether you have all the information or not, I assure you that over 75, maybe 80% of her fundraising has been that. On top of that, you have told a number of us that you come from humble line and you never had high paying jobs. Yet, according to Illinois Sunshine and the State Board of Elections, you have personally given over $99,300 of your own money, after tax dollars, to your own campaign. Have you made your tax returns public? That would be pretty cool. Between you and the unions, that puts you, and what we were able to find so far, just under $300,000 of donations for your campaign, just between you and the unions. Now here's a pretty bow on the package. The Democrats and Republican board members here seem to be here to serve its citizens. I think one person here wants to support financiers. Boom, let the lights go on. Why the request to raise taxes? Why the request for a new $100 million building project? Why passing a bill saying that the new work has to be done by unions. Things that make you go, Democrats and Republicans are here. Remember that you're being watched. She is not supported by the citizens. You are. How she got here is a surprise, but not really. It's not even wild, is it? We're watching. She is 100% invested in serving the unions. Now it all makes sense. Remember that when you all voted down that motor fuel tax in committee, she ignored you and she brought it up to the executive committee. Why? Because it's not going to help the unions out. She needs more taxes for more spending. It's really brilliant, isn't it? Dumb as a fox, hoping that the citizens won't notice, or especially the board playing along. Here's a formula: more taxes, more revenue. More revenue, more spending on union projects, which ultimately means more donations to your rehire campaign. It's so pretty, but there's so much more. In fact, it goes really, really deep, and we are just getting to the part, scratching the surface with it. Is this a wolf in sheep's clothing thing? She serves two people, the unions and herself. Every tax request here needs to be tabled until the board gets together and you understand that you are working for the citizens and she is working for the two people, herself and the unions.
You can't hear me if you're clapping so loud. Mr. Lawson, it's your turn, please. Chris, please, your turn.
Chris Lawson, Aurora, Illinois. 5 minutes for 3 ideas. There are 3 major essential corrections that need to be made to your fiscal year 2024 budget. I tried to share these with you over the past 3 to 4 weeks, but you'll find in 30 to 60 days that these are significant errors. Number 1, your budget proposal has broken a firm and decades-old commitment for real equity in wage increases for more than 500 non-union county employees, to treat their wage increases the same equally as union county employees. Madam Chair, you personally and your administration made an explicit commitment to calculate the true percent of union contract wage increases downstairs in the auditorium at the end of the budget kickoff meeting. Instead of calculating the actual contract raises, you have arbitrarily selected 3% for non-union employee increases, and I'll bet anyone in this room $100 that when the calculation is eventually made, and it will be made through the Freedom of Information Act comparisons, you will have shortchanged almost 1/2 of all your employees. To avoid this broken commitment, just calculate and correct. Number 2, do you want windfall millions of dollars of interest income revenue to work for you like a mud puddle or a water tower? It is a huge mistake to spread next year's $12 million of interest income revenue over more than 150 funds, large and small. $12 million is more than 4 times, 400% what the maximum cost of living property tax increase will generate for you, but only if you use it properly. You can spread your windfall lottery interest income money around like a mud puddle or concentrate it like a productive water tower. When the sun comes out next year, the money spread out in the mud puddle will evaporate. You will have squandered another fortune of $12 million in just 1 year. Instead, if you concentrate the majority of these funds like a water tower, interest income is protected from evaporation and should be used instead of reserves. Your own budget policies passed in just the last 4 months require that you'll, quote, balance the budget without using reserves, close quote, yet another broken commitment. Number 3, maybe someday you'll need to raise property taxes by $2.5 million that you're proposing, but this year's it's just not necessary. 53, 14, 3 numbers. You have $53 million in reserves over your own standard of 3 months requirement. That's 20 times, 2,000% more than the $2.5 million maximum cost of living property tax increase. You have $14 million of extra interest income revenue from our treasury team's work just this year. And you've badly wasted at least $3 million of spending that taxpayers never would have approved if they sat in your seats. 53 million, 14 million, 3 million. You don't need 2.5 million from property owners. Actually, not a smart way to set the stage to try to pass a sales tax referendum. But what bothers me the most, and let me put this as politely as possible, the board is being misled by misinformation about interest income, the area that I am responsible for. First, you were told that interest income revenue is an asset or savings. Obviously not true. Second, you were told that you should use accrual bookkeeping for budget purposes, mark to market, lower valuation, rather than cash in the bank. Again, not true. Now you've been told multiple times that interest income is in the general revenue budget. Not true. Only 10 to 15% is currently included in what you're talking about today. So remember that government is your servant, not our master. Someone has the power to give you something, they have the power to take it away. We are slowly but surely having the equity in our homes confiscated. We pay 15 to 30% of our wages in income taxes. In Aurora, we pay the first 10% of every retail dollar to purchase retail purchases. Now you want $2.5 million more. My great-grandparents were serfs in Northwest Romania. They didn't travel halfway around the world to Pigeon Hill in Aurora to have their grandchildren be serfs in America.
Frank Esposito.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm becoming a familiar face here, I guess. I don't enjoy getting up in front of people like this, but I'm afraid I have to. I want to speak about the proposed budget of $394 million as I can determine it from the documentation that I see online. That's, if I'm correct, about a $50 million increase over the 2023 budget. Now, something to keep in mind that shocked me, 60% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck, according to CNBC. Prices for consumers have increased 18% over the last 3 years, according to the New York Post. And we've got to keep in mind that mortgage rates, especially adjustable rates, are going to be increasing. Someone has indicated it's already in a excess of $700 for the average family. I used to live in DuPage County, and my taxes there for a house that was about 3,000 square feet was about $12,000, $13,000. When my daughters moved out and I didn't need a big 4-bedroom house anymore, I moved out to St. Charles to a 2-bedroom townhome. And it was wonderful, okay? But now I'm afraid of what's going to happen with the taxes is going to force me to move again because I'm retired. I'm 78 years old. I can't go out and make a lot of money. So I have to live on my retirement and on Social Security. So I went back to take a look at taxes as to what has happened. And I was quite surprised. I went back 6 or 7 years. And interestingly, the rate has gone down in total because in St. Charles, where I live, there are 17 taxing districts from what I can see. Okay. The shocker was when the new appraisal came out for 2023. The value of my home, they indicate, is going up 14.1%. Now, again, it's an 1,800 square foot townhome. We're not talking major dollars, or we shouldn't be talking major dollars, but to me it is. Because if you take the consolidated rate for the 17 taxing units and you keep it exactly where it was in 2023 and apply it to the value that they're assessing me for 2024, my taxes are going to go up $900.59. Now, where am I going to get another $1,000? And I believe that I know that you are only one portion of the 17 units here. And I have not done my due diligence to go to all the other ones to find out exactly what they're doing. So I can only address what you're doing to me. You increased the budget by $50 million. Are you sure that we have to? An election is coming up. I'm not threatening anybody, but half of you are up for election. And the electorate, if we think that you're not doing your job, then maybe there's got to be new people in those seats that can take the extra time to find out how that can work.
Michelle Bedek.
Michelle Betag, St. Charles. Well, it's hard to follow with all these great speakers. I don't really need to provide any more information that you guys already haven't heard. One thing I'm grateful for is the entire downstairs is full. We've been coming since January, February. This room's full, and I have people out in the parking lot watching on YouTube. This isn't a partisan thing. This isn't anymore. This is a America thing. This is a new movement that isn't going away. People are paying attention now. And like people have said, we have the highest taxes in this country. We don't even have an ocean. We don't have mountains. We have a very nice life. Don't get me wrong. But this is very mismanaged. It's very mismanaged. When you hear Madam Chair wanting the $110 million building and the $30 million public health building, and the Park District wants a raise, the Kane County Forest Preserve got a raise, the school boards want a raise, everybody wants a raise. And no one in this audience is probably getting a raise. Matter of fact, the unemployment is skyrocketing, and 2024 looks extremely dire. I'm asking you to reconsider. I know some of you already stated you are voting for this. And the good news is there are new candidates on the horizon. And honestly, I do feel that I'm grateful to be in America. I'm not grateful to be here 2 days before Thanksgiving when I have a zillion people coming and I'm making 4 turkeys. Honestly, this is designed perfectly. Designed like, look over here, don't look over there. And people are getting tired. It's not just people here. 1 o'clock in the afternoon is also designed that way so that people can't come. I've got people listening on radio stations, people sharing information. Look at some of these comments on Nextdoor. Look at these comments all over the county. This is not going away. And I ask you to ask yourself, do you see people hurting around you? Do you see people that are suffering with their income, with their expenses? Thank you. Please consider voting no.
Steve Brizowitz? Is Mr. Brizowitz here?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes, he is.
Are you online?
Hi. Yes, I am.
Okay, very good. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you so much for having the public comment. I think it's really important. I believe we need to have 2 sides of the conversation here too. You know, I drove down Main Street on my way home from work the other day, and I noticed a lone gentleman holding a protest sign. The sign read, "Say no to Kane County tax increase." Well, I'm always in favor of people standing up for what they believe in, and it's a credit that someone is so moved by injustice that they take the time to create an advertisement to support their own special costs. I mean, the person had to stop and buy poster board and a magic marker. And if you look at Walgreens, that's about a $7 investment and, you know, the time to make the board. And so I went home as a resident homeowner. I wanted to see how much my tax would go up. And I have a pretty much median income home in St. Charles. And according to everything I could find for that, my tax increase for inflation is yearly $7.60. As compared to $7 for poster board and the magic marker, I don't know where the savings is there. I am an active citizen in Kane County, and I love where I live. We benefit from good roads, safe community, engaged county employees. I know quite a few county employees, and I'm aware that their dedication comes at a cost. Kane County has the lowest incomes for their employees in the suburbs of Chicago. Their pay has been so low that at times some county employees have been able to receive food stamps because their income was not enough to feed their families. I believe that the employees of Kane County should be able to pay their mortgages as well and put food on their table. And I'm happy to contribute my $7 and change to make sure that happens. And when their incomes go up, small business owners will have more customers in their stores too. The opposition of this tax increase isn't about the money. It's about political grandstanding and trying to make a campaign issue out of raising taxes. Personally, I think the money is better spent supporting our community than ranting and raving at trying to make a federal case out of a tiny little tax increase. Thank you so much for your time.
Next speaker is Jeannie Marr.
Who is it?
Hi, Janine Mayer from Melbourne. Unemployment is rising in Kane County. Everyone is feeling inflation and buying groceries or filling their gas tank. Families are overburdened. Our Kane County tax bill is already one of the highest in the nation. The Kane County is spending our money at an alarming rate on some very questionable expenditures. I want to list a few. $8 million for new voting machines that we can't trust. A side note, it's been shown by reputable sources that paper ballots are the only way to obtain election integrity. This should not be a partisan issue. We all want a fair election. The new voting machines, being electronic, are still hackable and not transparent. Another questionable expenditure. I understand the healthcare program for Kane County was just decided on. It came down to two equally good insurance companies, Blue Cross Blue Shield and United Healthcare. Blue Cross Blue Shield was chosen, though it cost us, the taxpayers, an extra $2 million. I wonder why. This is very concerning. Another questionable expenditure. More than $750,000 spent on a consultant to see if we need a $108 million new Kane County Government Center. We don't need new buildings that are only built by unions. I don't have anything against unions, but because the new buildings are built by unions that I've heard are donors from Madame Chair's re-election campaign, this makes me and others very skeptical of the timing and intent of pushing the new building at this time. And the main point is that Kane County has a very generous reserve. Even after accounting for the 3 months of spending kept in reserves, there's about $50 to $60 million surplus. Now is a time for a refund to the Kane County taxpayers, not a tax increase. Individually pay too much in taxes, more than we owe to the IRS. We rightfully expect a refund come April. The board is wrongfully holding on to our money and earning interest on it.
Be
No
recorded.
tax
Got it.
increase.
Yeah,
Please-
and I had a phone in.
Please return the excess surplus to its rightful owners, the citizens of Kane County.
Ms. Sue Sanders?
I'm Sue Sanders from St. Charles. Thank you, County Board, for all the hard work and listening to all of these people speak to you. I'm a precinct committee person, so try to investigate the facts to report to my precinct. No one, and I mean no one, wants to pay more taxes. I get it. Inflation has hit everyone, and a lot of it is out of control, and for all of us. However, to be fair, I wanted to understand the thinking of the board for considering the new tax levy. What I discovered, I did not expect. When real estate taxes go up each year, I assumed it was Kane County as one governing body determining that. But I learned that you guys are about 4% of that. I also learned that the last several years, Kane County did not levy a tax at all to support their needs and budget. So then I wanted to know more about conversations regarding the available resources. When I learned what I learned, it had not been for COVID. If it had not, I'm sorry. What I learned, had it not been for COVID, money for the federal government, there would not be a contingency fund if something were to come up and funds were needed. Having a sum of money for an emergency is a good plan, but do you need as much as you currently have? Can the contingency fund help funding the amount of the tax levy? If I understand the tax proposal as it stands, Kane County would assess a tax levy that would help pay for salaries of the county employees. Currently, I learned that Kane County has the lowest paid employees among the surrounding counties. Retention and training becomes a cost as well. So what is the price tag per household for the needs of the community or the county? If the current proposal is voted on, it appears that someone in about a $400,000 house would pay between $15 and $20 a year. Seems reasonable. We live in a beautiful community with many parks and services. Taking care of the community for the benefit of all is part of living here. It seems that there is a lot more to the tax levy than meets the eye. I hope that others will do their due diligence and understand the cost benefit ratio for living in such a great area as Judge Hull alluded to earlier. Thank you.
Next speaker is Ruth Kuzmetic.
We must be nearing the end, right? Thank you, guys. I want to take us back to the nice ceremony we have here for the alderperson that you honored. Thank you so much. And to what Judge Hull had to say. They're community service members. You guys are community service members, and you're getting an awful lot of negative energy from here. I'm gonna come here with positive, because I'm looking at that property tax and the big chunk for schools. And I love our schools, and they take the biggest chunk, and those kids deserve it. And that's what keeps the prices of our homes up. And when I hear what you're paying for taxes, I understand your townhome has gone up. It's going to cost more. You're going to sell it for more, and you're going to make more money. And maybe you will move out. But I love living here. It does cost money to live here. Services have gone up. I can't believe that we haven't raised some of these things in 13 years. I applaud you for being able to give us those services without having to raise it for 13 years. Look at how much stuff has gone up. And Miss Vitek, who's going to make 4 turkeys? Oh my gosh, you know how much turkeys have gone up. Everything has gone up. I am willing to pay the 7, 10, 20 bucks, 25 if it has to be, to pay for our employees. They deserve to live here in this community. They deserve to go to these small businesses and go to these restaurants periodically and eat out, which we know has gone up. So we need to pay for that. And please look at that pie chart. It's like this big as to how much it's going. Thank you for doing what you do. Please vote yes. Please don't let all this negative energy pull you down, because
Gross.
that's not everybody. You know, I've been a public school teacher, so I'm used to teenagers saying all kinds of stuff. Doesn't bother me, Mr. Kenyon, because Benny had to take it too. That's what we do. Please vote yes.
Please remember not to disrupt other fellow speakers. That does end public comment.
Mm-hmm. So if you get a little, what's that gonna?
Spend our money on it.
I need the language. I'd like
Still
to move
working.
to closed session, please, but I do need the language. If you're on solar, solar will be addressed separately. Solar is separate. I'd like to move to closed session for the purpose of receiving advice from legal counsel. May I please have a motion to accept?
Madam Chair, I so move.
And the second, Mr. Tepe. Caius, and Tepe.
Okay.
Okay, this is for the roll for going into closed session. Alan?
Alan, I. Yes.
Bates? Berman?
Yes.
Doherty?
Yes.
Davis?
Yes.
Ford?
Yes.
Gums?
Gums, yes.
Iqbal? Juby?
Ruby, I.
Kenyon?
Yes.
Caius?
Present.
Present?
Aye.
Present.
Voting, yes.
Leonard?
Oh, Caius, yes, sorry.
Leonard.
Let me get this.
Keep going, Leonard.
Keep on going. Keep on.
Leonard?
Leonard, yes.
Okay, Lewis?
Lewis, yes.
Linder?
Linder, yes.
Lena?
Molina, yes.
Okay, Roth?
Roth, yes.
Sanchez?
Sanchez, yes.
Silva?
Yes.
Strathman?
Strathman, yes.
Burgess? Carver?
Tarver, yes.
Mr. Tepe?
Yes.
Williams?
Yes.
Young?
Yes.
Okay, that passes.
It passes. We are now going into closed session as soon as everybody is escorted out, please.
Okay, for those folks online that will be joining us in the closed session, please accept those invites. There are some folks in the room that have also joined the Zoom session. You must join as well before we can go into the closed session. Please accept those invites. And remember, we are live streaming until I tell you that we are together again successfully.
Welcome to the jungle.
I can't imagine what it's like during COVID, although they weren't here for that long, right? Yep, and they were all tuning into my committee, public health. Yeah.
Session
Good old time.
for the county board meeting of 11/21/2023.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, well, we ought, our rules should say if you have more than, we should open 5 minutes, 2 minutes.
It's over 3 times and we still don't.
We not actually have.
You can do this, but don't do this, because if you do that, you can't do this.
It should be 30 minutes before the meeting starts.
Shall report a finding of fact if they didn't do.
She didn't know that this punch was gonna be here, but it's been all over the internet.
Absolutely, but we don't ask
wanna get
for it
together.
back.
combine your comments and
But
here's 5 minutes and do this. It's
Such
only.
as the changes to the solar panels, you know, the rows of.
I think that's.
I mean, that thing is so.
Finding and there's three
convoluted.
people in the audience, but when there's.
I know it.
It says when you
Most
know,
of the stuff that gets said, can get said in.
Three more times.
I did read it 3 times.
It really seems a little.
This is
I
why
understand.
I just kept
So I think
throwing
it-
things in
process,
there.
it's not that-
Maybe Michael.
I'm public comment.
That would be like.
So you're not,
I like.
people can't do it. When we get to solar, you will.
Get paid by the.
Because some of them. No. I get paid by
It's
the
gonna do
hour. Oh, no,
public
they- they
comment
know.
on solar.
I just see that now.
There is one chronic individual in the room that has not accepted.
I'm coming.
You guys are just. ready to go. I've got there.
Is there anybody online hearing my voice that feels they should be going into the closed session that's not already gone in?
Nobody looked at it, okay? Nobody looked at me when I spoke. Except Chris. No, he didn't know me then.
Or on the, yeah, there's not really any top secret
With cool whip.
advice.
Once a year.
Hmm.
After that, I'm done.
Well, that's the
Maybe
problem.
maybe two
I
pieces.
mean,
You know, day of and day after.
there you go.
And then I'm good. My pumpkin
think
quota.
Just to let everybody know, we are taking a short break, so board members can take personal breaks. We'll get started here in about 5 minutes.
I don't care if you guys can hear how much I like pumpkin pie.
That's what I was thinking about these.
A friend of mine made
Both
this
said,
pumpkin
no
pie.
public, no,
Oh, that's.
no
I
objections. Boy, there were objections.
There
there
were,
were- yeah.
yes.
But these two, we still have.
gotta go to the glasses for that because somebody put some effort in there.
Oh, I know. It's only two yeses.
Right.
Put pecans on it.
Got this-
And for the crust.
Pottery. By my house.
So they're like commercial.
There's retail on the
Or
front.
just dollops of.
That's
like,
right.
advanced- advanced, yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, yeah.
And we would have to like flip a coin
Well-
against the women's back because for whatever reason, guys, that's what the guys, it was just no.
I'm sorry.
Given that that really is. Open session of the board meeting
Like,
November 21st.
Unexpected.
2023.
Women's bathroom's gonna be. These guys, man, they're a little sloppy here and there, you know.
Okay.
It was
Family coming home for Thanksgiving?
strapped up and just left there, like piss on the floor somehow. I guess they don't want to sit, so they're just, doing one of those, you know. I don't know what it
After a
was.
while,
And maybe it
you're
was
like,
just kind of
this
like-
is really
Yeah,
fun.
no
I like the quiet.
idea.
Okay.
It was nice with
Yeah.
it too. It had like nice tile, like it was painted. Thanks. Yeah.
Items, want non-agenda items?
The guy's bathroom. is
They're
fucking
like-
dirty.
No, but you're gonna be.
The taxpayers, man.
No. You say no. I couldn't like us.
What else is up there too on non-agenda?
Really, all I have.
So-
I love you. I love you. I love you back.
Did you? No.
Wish we had.
We can take them.
All right.
Yes, we
could. We can take them.
You know, so we could get out of here quickly. I don't know, because they were taking pictures of, did you, me?
I said some people, like, in like a couple of days about. Mail or something like that. So she sends me this.
It's so fun. I see it.
Never zero.
Not zero.
That's right.
It's like, okay, all right, dear, I gotta take it.
I let my hair go gray. I'm like, no.
Yeah.
Stop calling me doctor.
Yeah.
Never say never.
You know, like.
Oh, man.
But.
Each the incumbents, they've been bringing a lot of money. Yeah.
I know, I'm like, no. I was gonna say that's a good distinguishing factor for
It's all
us.
about money, honey.
There you go.
Didn't get you elected.
See before, but now.
Money.
Oh, good. All right, just leave it at that.
He had a lot of money against him. He had a lot of money against him.
They can play my things. I didn't think
These actually taste kind of buttery.
they do.
Actually,
Yep.
they talked for 37 minutes approximately in 45 minutes.
Did you click me?
Could they argue that you shouldn't count the amount of time coming up to the podium?
All right, everybody, are we all here? I think almost everybody is here, correct?
David Young is, at the coffee.
Okay, is that the coffee? Okay, very good. We are back in open session, please. And I would like to call the roll.
Okay, roll call. Alan.
Alan present.
Bates.
Bates here.
Berman.
Berman's here.
Gordy.
Sorry, here.
Davis.
Davis here.
Ford.
Board president.
Gums.
Who's here?
Iqbal. Juby.
Juby here.
Kenyon.
Here.
Caius.
Present.
Leonard. Lewis.
Who's here?
Linder.
You're here.
Molina.
Melina present.
Roth.
Roth here.
Sanchez.
Ches present.
Silva.
Silva is here.
Strathman.
Strathman present.
Surgis. Carver,
Carver's here.
Tepe,
Happy here.
Williams,
Williams here.
Young.
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Okay, very good. All right. So now we're going,
Microphone.
Microphone.
Why can't you turn that thing on?
Shepro, Special Assistant. I just want to note for the record that no closed session occurred.
Okay.
We did clearly.
so I'd like to go back to public comment, and now we are on only public comment about the solar fields. So we're going to be addressing the zoning petitions. So with that, I'd like to call up Bob Mattson.
Mr. Mattson is here to speak. When our application is called, it might be more economical for.
You gotta talk into the.
Sorry, there we go.
There you go.
Madam Chair, sorry, Ben Jacoby, I'm the attorney for petition 4516 RPIL 8. I am here, the lead developer is on Zoom, and Mr. Mattson is here for questions, but it might make more sense for us to speak when our application is called. Thank you.
All right, that'll be fine. That'll be fine. Mr. Jacoby as well then. Okay, very good. Jenny Price?
Probably Jeremy Price, and
Jeremy, correct.
he's the developer he's the lead developer for the project.
The font is very small and I did not bring down my reading glasses, so forgive me. Desari? Desari Deeprot? Or Desiree? Desiree.
It's Desiree Jr. I'm from Burlington, Illinois. Just to give you a quick review, I farm in this area. My dad's farm is right across the street from the Burlington Central High School. And I've lived there for most of my life. I want to do this real quick because I know you guys are busy. I'm not going to take 5 minutes. I'm hoping I can get it done in 60 seconds. One of the board members last time we were here said it was supposed to be 1.2 miles to be safe from the solar field. I was happy to hear that, obviously. I did want to talk about that sign, danger high voltage. The attorney for the solar field says it's mandated by the state of Illinois, and I'm sure it is. But let me take you on my farming thing. Every 3 years, I have to take a pesticide test, and there's 3 different labels for a pesticide. One is danger, one is warning, and one is caution. Obviously, the worst one of the bunch is danger, and I'm sure it's mandated by the state of Illinois and the EPA. And why is that? Well, because danger means danger. So I asked the board, why would you put a solar field next to a grade school playground, a high school, when you've got a sign on all these solar fields, danger, high voltage? In my opinion, and I hope your opinion, it's just a really bad idea to put a 36-acre, a large solar field next to a grade school and a playground. My kids graduated from that school, K through 12. I graduated from that school. Please don't wreck my school. It's a great school. Thank you.
Next speaker is Mavis Bates.
Can I speak from here?
No, you may not.
No, I just asked.
Yeah. Noted that Ms. Bates is leaving her position as Kane County Board and now as a citizen of Aurora.
Thank you. I am Mavis Bates. I am a citizen of Aurora, and I'm here to speak about the benefits of solar and wind energy for Kane County, the state of Illinois, and the United States of America. I will keep this very short, Mr. Kenyon. First of all, as far as health issues, health and safety, people worry about EMF radiation, but the EMF radiation levels are no greater than that from your cell phone. And I'd like to see you try to take that away from your high school students. So the evidence that solar panels are causing cancer, there is no evidence about that. There is no glare that comes from solar panels because the physics of solar energy is that the photons get eaten, gobbled up by the solar panels in the reaction that creates the electricity. About the use of farmland, especially the petition for 4615, the land is not prime farmland and lying fallow for many years with the native plants underneath the solar panels will regenerate that soil. The solar panels are not forever. They're 25 years, and in 25 years they can be removed. If we don't allow solar panel use for some of this land, Mr. Mattson has the right to sell this to anybody. He could turn it into industry. He could turn it into warehouses. I'd much rather look at a field of solar panels than warehouses. Wouldn't you? There's also the concern about food production. 40% of the land that's in cornfields in Illinois today is used for ethanol. So in a beautiful circle of life, we could take up to 40% of our land, cornfields, which is a very high number, of course, turn that all into solar panels. And instead of producing corn, which produces ethanol, which emits approximately 18.92 pounds of CO2 when combusted, it would be green energy that doesn't emit any any greenhouse gases. As far as the benefits of solar and community solar is a way that people without already, thank you.
She's only been 2 minutes and 46 seconds.
Thank you, Ms. Bates. And she is now returning to her seat as a Kane County board member.
Fast.
Other things to say, of course. Mr. Cole, William Cole.
And she's in favor.
Good afternoon, this is Bill.
Well, he's online.
Welcome. You're having a little
Try this
echoing
again.
problem.
Good afternoon, this is Bill Kale. Can you hear me now?
Mr. Kale, yes, that's much better.
Better
You have
know.
5 minutes, sir.
I can't hear anybody talking back. Can you hear me?
We hear you, Bill. We hear you.
Okay, excellent. I'm gonna go with that. I can't hear you, but I think you can hear me. So this will be short. I just want to go ahead and also put in my 2 cents, second support for the solar panel field. My name is Bill Kale and I live in Geneva, Illinois. Although I'm retired from the business world, I worked in commercial printing. I say that I've come out of retirement to work full time as a climate activist because I see what is coming for my children and my grandchildren, and I know that we are not doing anywhere near enough. So I commend the board for taking on the task of weighing all of the evidence today, whether you're voting for or against. All votes are for protecting our children. I think the two key factors, whether or not to support this project, are if it's necessary and if it's toxic. There are two minimum requirements and it must pass both tests. To rephrase that, it must not be harmful and it must be needed. And it is needed by all accounts, whether you're referencing the United Nations and the IPCC reports or the famous letter from the world scientists warning humanity, or the last report from the United States government called the Fifth National Climate Assessment. All agree we are failing to move from a fossil fuel economy to one based on renewable energy with anywhere near the speed that is needed to protect our future. In no small part because of fears that renewable energy is dangerous, fears that are stoked by a culture war that feeds social media. And that includes the fear that solar panels are toxic. Had I been there alive today, I would have passed out a paper that illustrates this from just last month. It's published in the journal called Nature Physics, and it addresses exactly this question. It's titled Unfounded Concerns About Photovoltaic Module Toxicity and Waste Are Slowing Decarbonization. That's the way they speak when they write those papers. I can't help that. But failing to proceed with this solar project with all of the zoning stipulations in place could very well be failing to protect our children's future. So thank you very much for allowing me to speak with you today.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mark Schaus. Is Mark here? Is Mark online? No? Okay. Dale Hartman?
Hi, I'm a landowner on 4617, I believe. It's on Icy Trail. Basically, a couple things. The main reason why I'm doing this is to keep the farm as farmland. The way taxes are, the way everything is going in the rural communities, and subdivisions make it just as bad as anything else. They raise our taxes, especially in rural Kane County, where we have no infrastructure. Our ag taxes have went up so much without this. Our family farms, it keeps my kids almost impossible to keep farms together. Inheritance taxes, everything else, as a family farm, we can't keep together anymore. This is a way to keep everything rolling in the right direction, to keep family farms together. If you don't have bigger family farms with landowners in it, they just get sold off. At the end of the day, after the solar contract is over, it ends up being farmland again. There's no change. It's just dirt. It'll be farmed until something else happens to it. I guess that's pretty much all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Andy Melka. Andy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Andy Melka with Horizon Solar Power. I'm the developer for petitions 4617 and 4618. I want to thank you all to be back before you today, and I would just encourage you to approve both of those solar projects. John Hatch, who is the landowner for 4618, had to leave and go take care of some other business. So on his behalf, I would also urge you to pass that one as well. Thank you very much.
All right, that concludes, as I'm aware, of public comment. Did you sign up, sir? Come on up, come on up. And your name?
Greg Peliquin. And Blair, did you get the map? Okay, thank you. So Blair's going to show a very detailed map with a lot going on, which is the issue with 4615. My name is Greg Peliquin, Hampshire, Illinois, and it's all about the location of this facility. So again, we appreciate your consideration and giving us a voice on this petition. I'm speaking on behalf of well over 100 King County residents, teachers, and parents, many of them here. We greatly respect your time, and we presented to you numerous times. So this time around, it'll just be me and not the three that presented prior to this meeting. So what I want to state unequivocally is that nothing has changed our minds, and we're firmly against putting a facility this large next to so many people, causing so many legitimate safety concerns. Again, this has never been about the positives and negatives of solar. This has simply been a safety concern of building a production facility, and that's what a solar facility is that produces energy of this size in this location. The safety concerns are based on a facility this large being so close to so much. And you can see on the map, it is directly accessible to the grade school playground, residents on all four sides, a forest preserve, and roads all the way around it on the highest point in Kane County. And so we have concerns, and we should be extremely concerned when there's a facility in your backyard and next to a playground that needs a steel safety fence around it with high voltage, danger, and keep out signs. You have heard over the past months legitimate documented safety concerns from, among others, local biologists, local electrical component engineers, solar facility experts, and recently, some of you have seen that the Elburn Fire Marshal voiced her concerns over a facility this close to residents and the grade school. These concerns include, but are not limited to, the location of this in a residential area, location next to a grade school playground and school activities, and it has all the variables of a production facility, high-power gearboxes, power supplies, hazardous materials in the inverter, transformer, control panel. Near or inside these fences are not a safe environment for anyone. The question that keeps coming up and ringing true is what if one student jumps that fence and is injured? Just one. With all the documented and proven concerns, how will we cope with that liability? There are 600 students a year just on that playground. Over the lifetime of this facility, it will be over 24,000 students that will have access to the site by simply walking 20 or 30 yards, all because it was approved with a waiver to put it there. Not to mention the number of events that will be at that school over the next 30 to 40 years. Inputs from grade school teachers, principals, and parents who know kids. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when something will happen. And it's based on because of the location and the access to it. So there's a theme that seems to be going through every discussion I've ever read or seen, and the people I mentioned earlier. We simply do not want our tax-funded schools, students, forest preserve, and our home values to be used as a 20 to 40-year test site on the effect of a huge production facility of this size in a small area surrounded by so many concerns. So finally, one last point, and this is right out of your mission statement. Please protect the health, welfare, and safety of the residents, students, and wildlife of Rocket Hill and the residents and taxpayers throughout Kane County by voting no to this facility in this location. Thank you again for your consideration. Appreciate it.
I believe there was one more speaker. Is that correct?
Hi, everyone. My name is Larry Stachura. I'm here for petition 4618. So basically what I wrote is that there could be 3 solar farms within a mile of my home. After attending the zoning and developmental meetings, I've noticed that all requests are west of Route 47. I know that most people within the Tri-County don't travel west of 47 that often, but people do live out there. So please look for alternative locations and keep farmland in Kane County. Thank you.
All right, that concludes our public comment. So, Mr. Ford, do you want to begin with all of this, sir?
Microphone, please.
Good afternoon. Our first petition is 4615. Robert Manson is a petitioner. Location is on the south side of Plateau Road, west of Burlington High School. Proposal is special use in the F farming district for a solar facility. Zoning board denial with the following, with a list of stimulation, which is located in our packet. I'll make the motion.
Bates seconds.
Thank you. Thank you. We have a second by Ms. Bates. All right, comments? Yes.
Surges. At the last meeting, and there's been just so much conversation here and information back and forth, but Dr. Iqbal, you had brought something up and I applaud you for that. Asking if this board had a responsibility to vote in favor or opposed based on the 7 criteria outlined by the state of Illinois and making sure that we give information to steer this board away from litigation and problems that would take place. I am not clear at all as to where we stand on that. And would ask the state's attorney what their stance is. Is this a choice for us? If it is not a choice, I am not in favor of this at all. But I need to hear from you before I cast that vote.
Mr. Frank?
SEO Frank, after a review of kind of all the law related to this, and as indicated in prior correspondence from our office, the specific question of whether or not the county is bound is unclear. The statute is extremely new and it has not been litigated as it relates to Kane County having a zoning ordinance that includes a procedural and substantive requirement of the LaSalle Sinclair factors. So the question is whether or not the act, which speaks to solar farms by the Illinois legislature, which states that as long as you are as long as a petitioner is in compliance with the requirements of the act, basically the requirements under the county's code, as well as state and federal law, that they have now completed the requirements upon them. One of the options that is allowed under that act is to set a procedure within your zoning ordinance, but it cannot be in contravention of the county's code, that act, or federal or state law. So the fact that the LaSalle Sinclair factors are used as a part of the procedure, it is unclear as to whether or not a court or the Illinois legislature or anyone reviewing this would view that as a substantive requirement in violation of that statute, or whether or not it is perfectly allowed as you've already indoctrinated it as a part of your zoning ordinance. So the position of our office is that you should comply with your own prior legislative requirements or ordinance requirements until it's clear that it would be in violation.
On a bumper sticker, please.
I assure you, if I tried, it would be lawyer
I
fine
read
print.
this 2 or 3 times last night and I didn't understand. what you
Yes, Ms.
said.
Bates, yes, please. No, thank you. Thank you very much. I would like to, in plain language, does everyone understand what was just presented to you?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Berman, I will recognize you in a moment. Could you put it in simple terms, if at all possible?
The best I can do for you, given the fact that this is not a clear situation, is that the legislature did not contemplate, at least expressly, did not contemplate a situation like Kane County finds itself, which is you have a LaSalle Sinclair factors enshrined in your zoning ordinance. Other counties are not involving this as a part of their zoning process. It is more of a pro forma process, but counties are allowed to have a separate process as long as it doesn't violate the county's code or the act, which is part of the county's code, or state or federal law. It is not clear because no Illinois court has ever addressed this issue as to whether or not the LaSalle Sinclair factors would be in violation of that. However, that is the process you have always included. And our office would recommend continuing to follow your ordinances unless it's clear or becomes clear through either an attorney general opinion, through case law, through anything like that, that this situation is not. So to really summarize this down to absolute basics, our recommendation would be to follow your zoning ordinance, which would include making findings on the LaSalle Sinclair factors, having evidentiary support for those, and then that is where your findings can come from. If I may, there's a secondary issue that relates to this, which is under your Kane County code, as well as specifically the county's code. And just so everybody knows the difference, that's the state statute that applies to all of you. it is required that the Board of Appeals, in other words, the zoning board, shall report a findings of fact and a recommendation to the county board in this situation. Under none of these three petitions has the zoning board done that. They have argued that the minutes account for their findings, but there is nothing that explicitly goes through the LaSalle factors and says, we find this or we find that. So because that's not been traditionally complied with, the county board has the option to send it back if they would so choose. A secondary issue is if a new site plan has been given, then you have a situation where the public hearing over the original site plan that was denied or approved, we now have a new site plan that the county board is considering that was not properly noticed under a public hearing. So if we're talking about the way the procedure is done and what our office's position would be on that, it would be if there is any new site plan that has been submitted, and I believe at least 2 of the 3 has, they would need to go back to the zoning board of appeals to have a public hearing that's properly noticed under and on those new site plans. So I know, again, this is extremely long and it is complicated. I wish I could give it
That
to
was
you.
much simpler.
Okay. If you have other questions or specific questions on that, I'm happy to explain as best I can and simplistically.
Okay, we've got.
Madam Chair, I
we-
believe I still had the floor.
One more question.
So to Dr. Iqbal's point last week, and as chair with the insurance background, my goal, I believe Dr. Iqbal's goal was to avoid any litigation or insurance payouts. And to that end, what I think I just heard was it would be appropriate to table all 3 of these back and make sure that we go through the proper process.
I didn't hear that.
I guess I'm
No.
looking to Dr. Iqbal and
Well, I would like, we've got other speakers. So Mr. Iqbal, I will get to you, please. We have other comments. Mr. Berman?
Well, what I have to say is not really important, but you know, in my experience that we have a zoning board and most communities have a planning commission. And in no case are really bound by what they come up with. But if we don't follow the directions, in this case, we have no direction. They have not gone through and they have not gone through the 7 items that need to be documented as to why you either accept something or disprove it. And we haven't gone through that. So we're just going by the seat of our pants, truthfully.
Okay, very good. Thank you, sir. Mr. Linder?
I think Mr. Berman helped me with the first part of my question, and you keep talking about LaSalle Sinclair. That's the 7 conditions for special use that are listed. Is that right?
Yes, there's 2 versions of it. One has been enshrined in the Kane County Code. And then there is essentially the case law that has enshrined those factors as well.
Okay. I'm just going to say, I think we need to take a hard look at our zoning code and our basically our special use kind of language. We are not adequately protecting our neighborhoods that have now developed on the countryside. People go out, somebody goes out and starts a subdivision in the middle of a field, and all of a sudden there's 100 homes there, and somebody up the road wants to put something that's much more industrial, and that's just not right. So that doesn't necessarily put my position on this case so much as it is on all of them that we've had lately. We need to be protecting our neighborhoods and our individuals from putting something fenced in, looks like a junkyard or a prison in their neighborhood.
Thank you. Ms. Bates, you're next.
So as far as the LaSalle Sinclair factors are concerned, without the findings from the Board of Appeals, then every one of us sitting here in the room has to make up our own mind on all 7 of those factors. We have no experts here to help us understand those factors, which I did go over, and I have my opinion, but who's helping us with those factors?
Yes, sir.
SAO Frank, that is kind of the fundamental concern that our office has, which is the zoning board is charged with having a public hearing, which allows not only the applicant, but also any objectors to the applicant to provide evidence, give testimony, and actually get into the specifics of these issues. And then the zoning board is supposed to issue findings of fact as well as make a formal recommendation. Now, they did do the second, I believe, under the current position or petition or application that we're currently discussing, 4615, that was a denial. The other two, I believe, were recommended for approval. The concern comes out to where I believe, and if I'm wrong, I'm sure I'll be corrected. But my understanding of the situation is that the original site plan was what the zoning board of appeals reviewed and had a public hearing on. Since that time, there was two new site plans that were submitted. One was about 5 days before the county board. And then I think even through testimony at the county board last week, I believe the applicant explained that they submitted an even newer site plan, which I believe was submitted shortly or maybe even an hour before the county board, after a formal discussion and maybe negotiations with the elementary and high school administrations. It was not clear to me that there was ever consideration by the zoning board for those changes. And if that's the case, you effectively have an amended application that has never formally had a public hearing on it. If, however, those were contemplated, then the argument may skew towards that there was, but I don't believe that's the case, at least in my conversations with the development department.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes, Ms. Combs, you're next.
I'm gonna pass.
You'll pass, Mr. Williams?
So this is my district and it's been a challenge here to deal with this project because I don't think most people here don't think this is an ideal location for this facility. It's right next to a school. One of the LaSalle factors that was supposed to be considered is whether this will be injurious to the public safety. And it's really hard to sit here and say there can't be an opportunity for a child to get hurt when it's right next door to a playground. It's not out in the middle of the country, but we don't have findings of fact here. It would be easier for us as a body to deliberate this if the zoning board of appeals had presented specific findings on all 7 LaSalle factors. That hasn't happened. So the option is for us to do that today and essentially turn this into a public hearing, which I don't think anybody really wants to do. Or we go back to the ZBA and say, hey, you got to get it right. Here's what you got to do. And then it's presented to us with findings and an opportunity for us to deliberate on the record and to make a determination. I'd like to vote this today. My vote would be a no if it was today. But I think in fundamental fairness to the petitioner and to the residents, there's a new plan to give them an opportunity to provide input on the new plan. I don't think we really have much of a choice but to request that this go back to ZBA. I'm not prepared to say the other two should. I don't want to lump them together with this one. I think we should discuss that when those petitions are before us, but for us to do our job, I don't think we can do that here today from what I've been told from the state's attorney.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move that we send petition 4615 back to the zoning board for definitive approval.
Madam Chair, point of order.
Who had
I'm
the
sorry, point of order.
Oh.
Madam Chair, I reserve some time to respond to both public comment, but I'd also like to address some of the comments on the legal status of these applications.
You cannot raise a point of order, sir, but we have a motion on the floor.
I second.
To second it.
I think
This is all new for us, so excuse the hesitancy. So we have a motion, a second to move this petition back to the zoning board for their consideration. There is, I've been told that there's a motion and a second. We certainly can allow Mr. Mattson to speak.
Mr. Jacoby, I'll speak on
I'm
behalf of
sorry.
Mr. Mattson. Yeah, thank you.
Please, sir.
Thank you. You know, just in fairness, I'll keep this short. This was sort of reserved as my public comment, but hearing a lot of new things, especially on the legal analysis, which I appreciate. And I spoke to Mr. Frank last week, not on these specific items. Had he raised them at that time, I think we could have had a discussion on the interpretation of 512.020 as amended in January. One of the things that it requires is a vote 45 days after the close of hearing by the county board. The decision on citing or permitting, county board shall decide on citing and permitting 30 days after the close. 12020, 512.020 doesn't require findings of fact under the new citing legislation from the ZBA. Not that they wouldn't have been helpful, but that's not required under 512.020. So the applicants had expected a vote today. We're eager to earn your vote today. And to hear that it may be remanded to the ZBA for findings of fact, that's disappointing. And we think that that's not consistent with the intent of 12020. The findings themselves are in the minutes, are in the transcript. The entire transcript is online, and I sent it to Mr. Frank along with some citations as to where certain topics were discussed throughout that transcript, just to sort of help guide the discussion. The site plan that was presented, all site plans are preliminary until final engineering. You don't know your site plan until you go to the parcel, do your geotech and site your panels. You don't know where you can put them, what the soil's like until you've done the testing. So all site plans are subject to final engineering. All of them are preliminary. The one at the ZBA, the one that was presented before the committee, and the one that's presented before the board last week. And that's an issue that I have litigated in Knox County. We had a judge decide that it is appropriate for a wind farm in that case to have a preliminary site plan. What you are getting permitted is the parcels where you can place the use, which in this case is solar. And what happens after that final is a building permit review subject to the final site plan. So the fact that the site plan has been shifted around, that doesn't mean that the project itself wasn't investigated and a record of evidence wasn't open before the ZBA. It was on the project, and shifting the setbacks back by 180 feet or 150 feet to give the school more room, that's appropriate. That's allowed for us to do, and for the board to consider more appropriately here without a remand to the ZBA. So I would urge the board to consider that site plan as we presented here. That's what we had hoped, that we thought the concessions in that site plan were responsive to the school's needs. The school didn't object, as you heard from it last time, didn't withdraw an objection, but didn't object. And that was the plan. And that happens all the time between ZBA and county board meetings, is an adjustment of site plans to help address responses that come up, comments that come up that you weren't aware of before. And briefly on the statute, one more, since I'm the lawyer, I'm wearing the tie. I feel like I have to address this, but the new 512.020, it allows the county to adopt an ordinance. It encourages it to adopt an ordinance, which you have, but then it also says that the restrictions in that ordinance may be no more restrictive than what's in the state statute. So you need to mirror your ordinance from the state statute. I'm going to set LaSalle factors aside. I think we've met all of them, and whether they are adhered to is sort of a separate discussion. But the items that have been addressed today, like this is a nice parcel that's the highest point in Kane County. Well, if you deny an application because it's the highest parcel in Kane County, that's a more restrictive requirement than what's in the state citing legislation, 12020. So that would be an inappropriate reason to deny an application. Setbacks to schools, they're set in the statute. And in fact, what's sort of ironic is that if we were on school property, we would be getting additional incentives from the state. So the fact that we've backed off onto non-school property and we're on private property doesn't mean that we're any more dangerous or impacting the school any more than what the state had already approved. So we're being less restrictive than what the state requires under its statute. Again, if you deny an application for reasons that are more restrictive than what's in the state statute, that's an inappropriate reason for that denial. You know, we went to the ZBA, we got a recommended vote at the development committee. We've presented our application. The application adheres to your ordinance. We were very careful. The application adheres to your state statute. We were very careful about that because we wanted to be in a position here when we came to the board last week and then again today to say, We worked hard with everybody around us. We worked hard with your ordinance. We wanted to make sure that we conformed to what you believed was the best kind of project for Kane County. We've done that. We hope that you agree and that we've earned your vote under the state statute. And we stand by that today. And I hear the discussion. I see where this is going, but I would urge you to vote on the project today and approve the permit.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jacoby. Thank you. All right.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would like to remove my second of the motion.
All right. Well, we have the primary. So, Mr. Tepe?
I stand with my motion.
All right. And you stand with yours?
No, I'd like to
No.
remove mine.
I don't think you can remove it once you've made it unless
Okay,
the
no,
mover
no take backs?
suggests.
All right,
Okay.
that's
No
fine.
takebacks.
You can vote it
Takebacks.
down.
All right, we have a motion and a second to move this petition back to the zoning board. Clerk, with no other discussion, clerk, please call the roll.
Yes
Ellen?
vote is to send it back.
A yes vote is to send it back.
Okay, Ellen is an aye. Bates,
Bates, no.
Berman,
Berman, no.
Doherty.
No.
Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
Gums, no.
Iqbal,
No.
Juby,
No.
Kenyon,
No.
Caius,
Caius, no.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, no.
Linder,
Linder, no.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, no.
Silva,
Silva, no.
Strathman,
No.
Surgis,
Yes.
Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe,
Tepe, yes.
Williams,
Williams, yes.
Young.
Young, yes.
Let me count these up.
10 to 13.
The nose one. Good. 13 to 11.
11,
No.
yes. I just want to make sure. 1, 2,
God, we made a decision.
3, 11, 12, 13 no, so that
No.
fails.
Oh,
So 11, 13 nays.
So
Doesn't go to the board.
it has not, it fails, so it's still
Wait, what
up
was the-
for discussion.
What was the vote?
11, 13.
11 yes, 13 no.
All right. Discussion.
Is there a motion on the
Don't-
floor now?
So now the motion is to accept it.
Did we get a motion to accept it?
No, we have not yet, sir.
Okay.
You know, there was a motion made.
There was.
Yeah, you made the motion.
We couldn't do an amendment
That's
unless
correct.
we
So it's move the amendment. Correct.
Second.
Second. Okay. So any discussion on this item? Juby?
So we're voting whether we're going to be approving it or not. So I looked long and hard at the 7 reasons that are enshrined in our code about anything that comes before us, whether it's a residential development or a solar field or a warehouse. I was not aware that we had to reach all 7 of them. So that when I went through and I looked, I pulled the 3 that I thought I best heard from the people that were in the audience. The first one was that the establishment, maintenance, or operation of the special use will not be unreasonably detrimental to or endanger the public health, safety, morals, comfort, or general welfare. I heard very strongly from the residents that they believe their safety and their comfort and their general welfare will be diminished by this project in their neighborhood. The second one was that the special use will not be injurious to the use and enjoyment of other property in the immediate vicinity for the purposes already permitted, nor substantially diminish or impair property values within the neighborhood. I know that these homes and the school were there prior to this project, and that the residents may not feel comfortable using their property or improving their property if this was suddenly put if a solar field was suddenly put next to them, and that it may diminish or impair their property values depending on how they feel. Also, there's other studies beyond the ones that were presented in our packet that say there is indication that sometimes, depending on where the solar field is, it may decrease the value of property. I'm not going to argue that. I'm just saying that this project, we heard loud and clear from the residents who surround it, that they may not feel comfortable with their property there. The third was that the establishment of the special use shall not impede the normal and orderly development and improvement of surrounding property for the uses permitted in the district. Because this would take up the only other piece of property that's vacant there, I have to assume that that would mean that the people who own property there would be the ones who would be improving their property or developing it. And I believe that they believe that this isn't a good thing and that they may no longer wish to improve their properties because they don't feel like there's value for them. So because of that, I hope it's enough. I'm very sorry if it isn't, but I'll be voting no.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Williams, and then I will recognize you, Mr. Berman.
I think that it's our obligation to make findings of fact. I would make a motion to adopt Ms. Juby's findings of fact in support of the record.
All right, now there's a motion to accept the 3 points of Ms. Juby. I believe there were 3
Deputy
points.
second.
Seconded.
No.
Deputy
Seconds. All right, we have a motion and a second to approve.
No. Accept this
Facts.
There's no
Discussion.
facts to back up what Ms. Dewey has said. There's no facts. There's hearsay, uncertainty, and doubt on the people that live around there. That does not make it a truth. It does not make it a fact. That just says there are people against it. It does not mean that it doesn't meet the situation at hand.
Ms. Bates.
Last night in preparation for this, I went through all 7 of the LaSalle factors and I deemed them all to be within limits. That the solar panels were not, there's no health risks. It's not going to be injurious to them. It's going to be sitting there minding its own business. There's no traffic once the solar panels are built. There's no ingress or egress that needs to be changed. The drainage is adequate, in fact, better than when the farm is there. General welfare will not be in jeopardy. Studies have shown no adverse effect to property values. I have to disagree with Ms. Juby's findings.
Madam Chair.
That'll be the last comment because it's.
So I think that we've received a lot of information over the last month. We've received emails from our constituents and the petitioner and those that are for and against the petition. We've received documentation from both the petitioner in support of their position and by the objectors in support of their positions. We've heard oral testimony. I think we can take all that information into account and, you're free to vote no on my motion to adopt those findings of fact, but we have a record. It's not a perfect record, but we have information that supports, I believe, what Ms. Juby just said. So for that reason, I think you should vote to approve the motion.
Motion and a second. Is there any other discussion on this motion to accept the 3 findings by Ms. Juby?
I'm sorry, put them on record? Or
Yes,
accept-
put them on record.
To put them on record.
Yes. Mr. Doherty?
I would ask the chair what expertise Ms. Juby has to call these items facts.
Agreed.
No facts.
No, Ms. Juby?
She offered her assessment.
She offered her opinion.
Did she ever go to the site?
Then vote no.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, my to Ms. Juby is, did she ever go to the site?
Yes.
Mrs. Juby goes to the site 2 times a day, every day for the past 2 years. So yes, I have been on that site. I've been on that site in winter, summer, spring, and fall. I was at that site this morning. I'll be at that site tomorrow.
Question is, I have been to the site as well. I did not see that many properties there. It is all open field. You go on the plateau, but the north of Plateau Street has residences. The south does not have it.
South does.
Please, everybody, please.
So it's a fairly large
large area. And the petition, the applicant has offered to provide electricity to the school at a lower rate because it is right next to it. They don't have to pay transmission fee to ComEd, and that would be a public service, a public saving.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
point of
thank you.
order. Are we just going over opinions again? Are we?
We are going over, but we have a motion and a second to make that as part of the record, to say that there are 3 findings, which is the reason I believe to move it back to the zoning board, or just a record of the vote, whatever your vote is going to be, since we just rescinded sending it back to the zoning board.
I believe Shepro, I believe that the motion to send it back having failed, this was a motion to make specific findings
Correct.
in support of whatever action the board will take.
All right, so thank you. So everybody understand? Just to accept Ms. Juby's findings.
To not
And a
accept
yes vote would be to adopt the proposed or the findings of Ms. Juby, and a no vote would be to not make those findings.
All right, are you ready? Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I believe what I heard was that Mr. Williams would like it in there that says we're going to accept Ms. Juby's findings, not because she is an expert, but based on the fact that we have received so many opinions and emails and other things that back up exactly what she's saying. So we're not saying that she is the only expert, but we're saying there's a whole body of work that supports the 3 things she said.
No, there's not.
I would assume that's accurately clear. So are you ready?
Madam Chair,
Yes. Ms. Bates.
I would like our findings to be based on an expert's opinion,
Well,
not on
that's
like an engineer or.
we're taking a vote right now.
Thank you.
So, all right, you ready for the vote? Clerk, please call the roll to accept the findings for your consideration.
Put them on record. Ready? Ellen,
Alan, I.
Bates,
Bates, no.
Berman,
Berman, no.
Doherty,
I know.
Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford, excuse me, Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal, Juby,
Juby,
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius, no. Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
no.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez abstain.
Oh,
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
No.
Surgis, Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe,
Seppi, yes.
Williams,
Williams, yes.
Young.
Young, yes.
I would say that passes. 1,
Passes.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 nays. Yep, passes.
And one.
With that, are we ready to call the vote? Okay.
Clock's running.
Okay, hold on a second. We're going to be cooking that turkey eventually. Yes, sir.
before Thursday?
SEO Frank. As a abundance of caution, I would recommend that when you're voting, and if with the indulgence of Madam Chair, when you're voting, I would like to hear specifically if you're voting against it or for it, but also your individual bases for why you disagree with it. And for purposes of the record, if there's ever a challenge on this, what the findings of fact are by the board. I know we just adopted this as a majority, but you do have to make findings on each of the 7. So if that can be said, that would help towards that finding of facts. This goes back to the concern raised earlier, as far as if the zoning board does not make findings of fact, this board is then charged with making those findings. So it's not as simple as just voting it up or down. But you would need to make some findings of fact. If you would like to do it a different way, we can absolutely do it a different way. But either way, this board has to make findings of fact as to the 7 factors.
Yes, Mr. Shepro.
I think Mr. Frank's suggestion is well taken. Under Robert's rules, we had this come up. You are not allowed to explain your vote. So I would recommend that before you take the vote, you adopt, hopefully by unanimous consent, a suspension of the rules to permit individual members to express their vote.
Okay, so from my understanding, what has just been requested of us, and again, this is highly complicated, just Mr. Iqbal, in just a second. It has been suggested by our Chief of Civil Division, John Frank, that each one of you, 24 separate members, express your opinion about why you would be voting yes or no against petition 4615. Finding on those 7 criteria. If, because
Robert's rules.
because of Robert's rules, we have to suspend Robert's rules so that it's not just a yay or nay vote. So we have to take a vote to suspend Robert's rules so we can go then take the vote on 4615 so that you can express your opinion.
It asks unanimous consent.
So do we have?
Unanimous consent for
We have
suspending
unanimous.
the rule.
I would like you, may I, may I have your approval to suspend Robert's rules for this? And Mr. Iqbal has had his hands up. Yes, sir.
Before we do that, I have a amendment, the same amendment I proposed.
Louder, please.
Oh, Mr.
Louder.
Iqbal.
I proposed amendment in the Development Committee to add 2 more stipulations to what we have. And if you permit, Blair has those. They are right here.
All right, so we're gonna hold.
Somebody could make a motion to close debate. Well, never mind.
We are going to hold the suspension of Robert's rules because Mr. Iqbal has brought up these 2 points to add this to the current amendment that is in your packet. Can this get any more complicated? All right, here we go. So, here's the proposed amendment. Mr. Iqbal, would you like to share that with us?
Yes, the staff has 11 stipulations. And the 11th is exactly the same. The first sentence is the same. I crossed out the second sentence because it was not clear. And I added the 12th one, which is says exactly that we will be abiding by the rules that we have. It does not add anything. It does not subtract anything. It says we have to live by the state rule and the federal rules.
Are you making a motion, sir?
Motion, yes.
Okay, making a motion. Do I have a second to?
I'll second it.
The second to amend the original petition, correct? To include.
To amend the stipulations that are part of the motion.
To amend the stipulations that are part of the original motion, number 11 and number 12.
Would they actually, it would be, is it 11 and 12?
11 and 12 in
okay.
this case, yes.
11 and
No, it'd be 13 and 14.
14. Okay, number 13 and 14. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Okay,
Sure.
I don't have a motion. I don't have a second to this.
Yes,
Mr. Ford seconded.
Mr. Ford, okay, I'm sorry. All right, so we have a motion, a second discussion. Mr. Doherty's had his hand up and then Ms. Bates. Mr. Doherty.
Yeah, in reference to Mr. Frank and his statement of the vote on the facts, because that passed, do we now have to assume that as fact when we vote?
Hold on, Mr. Doherty, we're trying to pass this amendment first. Can you table that and then we'll bring that back up?
Yep.
Okay, thank you so much. Ms. Bates?
Is this redundant with our ordinance? Isn't this redundant with what we already have, the county zoning ordinance?
I will turn that over to our state's attorney.
SEO Frank, I am not quite sure where or what this is intentionally trying to do, but the best I can surmise of it is Mr. Iqbal, and he'll correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is he's trying to make it such that if you approve it, it's contingent upon those two items being complied with.
Okay. This is just
It
adding
really
it to
does
the,
not add or subtract from any
Oh,
legal obligation.
thank you.
All right, any other questions on this? Yes, Ms. Allen.
But the site plan is different from the original petition.
Oh, is this, all right,
Add to it.
but that is,
This motion does not address.
does not address
that issue.
does not address that. We're just talking about adding number 13 and 14. This would be not 11 and 12, 13 and 14 of the proposed amendment to add this to the petition that's included in your packet.
Okay, but doesn't that immediately affect what we're going to be voting on? Because if we follow, I believe in what Dr. Iqbal has suggested here is that these are the right things to do, but it's too late to do that or too early because this was not attached to that original petition.
It is, Madam, that's
I
part of the resolution.
There's a question. Yes, sir.
SEO Frank.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. My understanding of the way the Kane County Code as well as the county's codes work on this is the board has the right to accept or approve of a special use upon contingencies. So you can add requirements and basically say the approval is only contingent upon the actual compliance with these contingencies. My understanding of what Mr. Iqbal is attempting to do here is to add contingencies. And if I'm incorrect, please let me know, Mr. Iqbal, but I believe that's what you're trying to do here.
Okay.
Mr. Iqbal?
Yeah, the 11th stipulation, first sentence, exactly the same that is proposed by the staff. If you put that page on, it would exactly the same thing. The only thing changes, I said I don't put the petition number because that's repetition. Otherwise, number 11 is the
People
same.
cannot hear you.
Pardon?
They cannot hear you.
Okay, sorry. The 11th stipulation is exactly the same as far as the first sentence is concerned. The second sentence of the present stipulation is unclear. If you read it, you will know that it does not make sense. So I added the 12th one. The 12th language is very clear, is that we have to abide by the state rules and the federal rules. And by the way, it is very similar to a sentence that you wrote in your memo, which I cut and pasted and edited it.
All right, so that doesn't respond to Ms. Allen's question regarding the plat.
So, SEO Frank, and I will attempt to maybe more answer this in a different way. The county board has the option to add contingencies or conditions upon their approval. So the site plan is, there's been a series of site plans that have been proposed by the applicant. My understanding is that the county board is voting to approve or not approve the most current site plan. That is different than an amendment to the conditions that the county board would impose upon the applicant to receive approval. So this is different than that, if that makes sense.
The county zoning ordinance also has procedures for site plan. I think it was pointed out that every special use plan is preliminary until final engineering is submitted, and I think that is a correct statement of the county zoning ordinance. So it does not appear that this would change anything in your ultimate vote. Well, I
Mr.
think we're both saying the same thing.
I believe you, it sounds like you are. Mr. Williams, you had your hand up.
I would move to close debate on this issue.
Well, we still have a motion and a second on the floor that we have to vote about this proposed amendment.
Talking about the amendment.
Wants to cut off further discussion.
Further discussion on this.
Let's just vote on
So,
the amendment.
Could we please take the vote? Time to call the vote on the proposed amendment, which is in front of you.
We voted on it once already today.
It's Mr. Iqbal's amendment. Yeah.
The Iqbal amendment.
That's, I don't care. You're doing what's already there.
Two now.
That's, yeah.
They're gonna change it in the other law. All right, for this is the amendment, or I'm sorry, the motion to approve proposed amendment 11 and 12. Ellen?
13 and
Alan?
14.
Well,
13 and 14. It would be number 13 and 14.
I know it's 11 and 12.
It is 11 and 12? Okay. I thought Mr. Ford said
Yeah,
13 and
16.
14. On the other one.
looking at a different draft, because the draft I have in the packet ends at 11.
11 and 12, then 11, 12 it is. Very good.
11 and an
I'm-
additional 12.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, very good.
Good. All right. Alan?
Alan, I.
Bates?
Bates, yes.
Berman?
Berman, yes.
Doherty?
Yes.
Davis?
That was yes.
Ford?
Ford, yes.
Gums?
Gums, yes.
Iqbal?
Well, yes.
Juby?
Juby, no.
Kenyon?
Yeah.
Caius?
Yes.
Leonard?
Leonard, yes.
Lewis?
Lewis, no.
Linder?
Linder, no.
Molina?
Molina, yes.
Roth?
Roth, yes.
Sanchez?
Sanchez, no.
Sanchez, Mr. Sanchez, do you want to take a vote?
Oh,
He did.
He said
did.
no.
He said no.
Yeah.
Silva?
Silva, no.
And apparently goodbye.
Strathman?
Strathman, yes.
Surges? Tarver?
Tarver, no.
Tepe?
Pepe, yes.
Williams?
Williams, yes.
Young?
Young, no.
Still passes. 7 nays.
All right.
Okay, okay, very good. All right,
To the.
okay, so we're back to it. All right,
Establish unanimous consent to suspend the rule.
suspend the rules.
So we will now be doing a vote with an explanation from each of us.
That's exactly correct. Okay, so you ready?
Oh, I have my explanation already.
All right, okay.
Okay.
All right, we'll try to keep it succinct. All right, please, your
One
comments.
Question for the
Yes.
states.
Absolutely, sir.
If somebody prior to each of our votes expresses a sentiment that we agree with, can we just, or do you need to hear it individually from each one of us?
SAO Frank, I think for just keeping this as simple as possible, even though that might be an impossible task, to keep it as simple as possible, if you are going to approve it, you do not need to provide the reasons, because by approving it, you agree that all 7 conditions have been met. Okay, I would prefer if you would give some basis on why you believe all 7 conditions have been met, but it's not the same as if you're going to deny it. If you're going to deny it, you need to be expressly clear on why, and not only provide the specific LaSalle factor that you're going to use, but also your basis for believing that that LaSalle factor has not been met. To answer your question directly, if you want to adopt someone else's argument and agree to that the missing LaSalle factor, or you believe all 7 and that's your basis, I have no problem with you providing that, but you need to be expressly clear that you are adopting what whoever individually made that statement that you're adopting. The key to this is make a clear record.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got
Okay,
I've
fair
got
enough.
2 questions here. Yes.
There, I
Mr.
don't,
Berman.
why are we doing this on this particular vote? How many hundreds of thousands of votes have we taken? And we've never given our opinion as to why we voted the way we voted. Why are we doing that today?
Okay, question for state's attorney.
We're trying to not repeat.
SAO, because of the statute that has changed, recently this year, it has changed the criteria, well, I should say possibly changed the criteria for the county board. This is why if you have findings of fact from the zoning board, this can be used, as a wholesale adoption by the county board. But basically what's happened is the Illinois legislature has said that wind and solar farms need to be approved unless they have not complied with your zoning ordinance. So it is explicitly clear that you must follow your zoning ordinance. Otherwise, you could face potential litigation or lawsuits over this. So that's why I'm being extra sure that the county board is following its zoning ordinance to the letter, as opposed to maybe that's happened in the past, and I can't speak to that, whether it has or has not.
Thank you, sir. All right. Yes, sir.
Okay. David Young,
Yeah.
where can you find the LaSalle factors?
Could you put them
gonna
up
ask
on
if
the
you could put
screen
them up.
for us?
Thank you.
Could we please have those up on? I was going to ask that as well. Thank you.
SAO Frank, if you all go back to an email that was provided to you by my office, if you go to the paragraph before number 2,
It's
well,
right there.
Yep, there you go.
And it's A, B, C, D, E, and F, correct? That's on the screen.
Yes.
Okay, very good.
Not the 1 through 7, but A, B, C.
And there's
You can do it
also-
however you want, but if to make it clear and easy, you can use A, B, C, D, E, or F,
Sure.
but you are gonna have to explain.
You guys know that's 6, right?
It's
Yes.
5, A, B,
Yeah, what's
C.
G?
There is a,
That's about seven.
there
A,
there
B,
is a
C, D, E, F is.
so if you
I see.
recall, I said that there's the county board and then there's the actual case law. The county board has adopted the 6 factors. There is a 7th factor, but to comply with your zoning ordinance, follow the 6 factors, A, B, C, D, E, F.
All right, are you ready? Okay, ready to take the
Thank you.
vote?
Thank you.
We've been talking about this for some time and it's an important vote. All right.
Doherty,
Mr. Doherty, yes, sir.
yes, we still haven't answered my legal question. Do I
Oh.
have to take the vote, the finding of fact from the previous vote into account when I do this vote? Am I legally required to accept that finding of fact?
No.
SAO Frank, the board has voted to adopt those findings of facts. So they are findings of facts that you do need to account for. That said, each individual board member has the authority to find their own facts and make that part of their argument. And then the collective sum of whether it's voted up or not, down, can be adopted as basically findings of fact by the board. And we can address that depending on which way this goes.
Mr.
Is
Jacoby
that
is back. Do you have a comment, sir?
You know, the LaSalle factors are a balancing test. So if you fail one, but you prevail on others, then the project can still be approved. And I really just got up here to write down what's about to be said, I think, but
Right.
I think that's worthwhile for you to know on a.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're ready? Yes? Yes.
How does the motion read now? We had an amendment to the motion that we're going to support Ms. Juby,
No, that was a recommendation.
Just accepting those as
That's
findings.
Accepting those.
not an amendment to the motion?
No, not at all. Not at all. The only amendment to the
Uh,
motion was the Iqbal amendment.
Okay.
My understanding, I defer to Mr. Frank, but my understanding is that the motion to approve
Include that.
was amended by Mr. Iqbal's motion, but was also amended to incorporate Ms. Juby's findings of fact.
That's what I understand.
So if you want to support the motion, you are voting to individually with your explanation to adopt those findings of fact. But each member is going to individually going to explain it.
Are we Madam Chair?
Hold on
I-
a second. We've got.
SAO Frank, I think that's an accurate reflection of the process that needs to happen. Yes.
All right, so we've got, all right, we have more confusion going on now. Ms. Bates.
Are we ready to vote on the petition or are we voting on something else?
No, we're
now?
not voting on anything else. We are.
The request for clarification on what was included in the vote yes or no. Is that-
No,
Oh.
that doesn't answer my question.
Okay, so if I can paraphrase, so we all have understanding. We know that you have approved Mr. Iqbal's recommendations. Okay, so everyone is clear with that. The question now is the Juby findings. And you have all voted in support of,
No, not all.
you have the board, the majority of the board voted to support the findings brought forward by Ms. Juby, which will be incorporated as part of your consideration to approve or not this petition. Is that correct?
The Shepro, Mr. Iqbal's motion was you didn't approve, you approved the amendment to the pending motion. You did not necessarily by that vote commit to vote in favor or against the motion when the final vote is called.
That's accurate. That is
It's
accurate.
simply that what is now before you for a vote incorporates Mr. Iqbal's amendment and the proposed findings. So if Mr. Doherty's question is that, no, you're not obligated to vote a particular way simply because the Juby findings were incorporated and available for reliance.
Let me be clear then.
Yes.
If
Mr.
someone
Berman.
votes yes, okay, what does yes mean?
That you're
Voting
accepting
on.
4615
Yeah,
as
yeah.
That's what
amended.
we're trying to discuss, Mayor.
That you are approving the petitioner's request for 46.
With or without Miss Judy's?
You're
With,
It's totally irrelevant.
Okay.
Only people know you gotta say.
I would say that, yes, to quote Mr. Kenyon, yes means that you approve the solar field. No means that you do not approve the solar field.
Thank you.
Yep. Yeah, that's.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, are we ready?
Yes, please.
20.
It's clear as mud.
Well, F is not clear what it stands for.
I want to make sure.
All right. We have another question before we can take the vote. This hopefully will be the last one for clarification. It has been brought forward by our recording secretary, recording admin, that perhaps Mr. Ford has got to bring forward, since you brought this forward, the amendments, which would include the Iqbal and Juby recommendation and Iqbal. This is a question that has been asked, I'm sharing.
No.
Mm-mm.
No,
No.
no. Mr. Ford made a motion, Bates seconded, that was amended by adopting the findings, and it was adopted by Mr. Iqbal's additional insertion. No further motion is mercifully required.
Right.
All right,
It's
so
time for a
I'm
vote.
sitting down now. We're about ready. You ready?
Not really.
Now, remember, if it is a no, you have
Yeah.
to share why.
Yes, for the record.
No?
And you need to give a reason. I think if I remember, Mr. Frankie's reminding you, you don't have to give a reason if you were going to vote yes.
Correct.
SAO Frank, you still need to give a reason regardless of which way you vote. Okay? What I'm saying to you though is a yes vote is saying that you have found all 7 factors to be complied with. But I would still request, and here's generally why, I would still request that everybody give their reasons, because at the end of this, we will have to determine how the formal findings of facts are determined. So our office can draft up a formal findings of fact, then the board can review that document and vote on it at a later time. But either way, you have to give those findings of fact now during the time you're making your decision.
Okay, you ready?
All fine.
Okay, we're calling the vote.
Hey, Deb.
Deb, you're first.
All right, Deborah.
Sorry, Deb.
Yes or no?
I'll go first.
Oh.
You want me to go first?
No,
No. You ready?
just that would violate our rules.
Miss Allen, could you bring your microphone a little closer, please?
Oh, sorry. Alan votes aye on the petition, but this most recent plat has to be part of the petition.
Mm.
The reason. Have a reason?
Have one eye. Next.
Oh.
Bates,
I would like to vote yes.
Need to pause for a second.
Using a bunch of.
There needs to be the reasoning, as we said before. So I know you said that you want the plat there, but
For
We need the condition.
A, B, C, you have to choose A, B, C, D, E, or F.
And provide justification for that specific
Oh,
A,
no,
B, C, D,
no,
or F.
no, 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 no.
She's voting yes.
listen, guys, we're your lawyers. You can take it or leave it. It's up to you. Following our advice may result in litigation, and I'm letting you know that. So choose what you want to choose. Go forward with this board meeting, but this is our sound legal advice.
Okay, so Miss Allen, the pressure is on you.
Right.
And it back to the zoning board.
I am voting aye on the petition. I believe that
Everybody.
that the special use conditions have been met. I believe that the petitioner has a right to make a decision about his own property, and that in this case, the environmental issues, which are of concern to me, will be improved by virtue of this project. And I'm asking that this most recent drawing of the project be included because it does make concessions to the school district and to the residents which are necessary. Is that enough?
That's more than enough.
All right.
I'd say, Frank, that complies with what I'm requesting. Thank you.
Very good. Well done. All right, Ms. Bates.
I would state for A that this especially has to do with public health, safety, morals, comfort, or general welfare. There's no proof that public health would be in any way impacted, or the safety, or the morals, or the comfort, or general welfare of those people living in Kane County.
And your vote is a yes?
My vote is a yes.
Right.
Should I go on?
So what I would ask is, if you believe all other conditions have been complied with, please state that.
And I believe all the other conditions have been complied with.
Okay, thank you.
Berman, I vote yes. And the reason I vote yes, I have not seen any facts that would show that they have not met the 6 conditions as they're drawn to them. That's how I vote.
Okay,
What was the other thing we were supposed to say?
you're fine.
Okay.
okay, Doherty,
Doherty's a yes. I believe all 6 conditions have been met.
Mr. Davis,
Davis here, I will be voting no. I've listened to a great deal of information today. Articulate, reasoned, passionate. And the one thing that is really clear to me is that I am ill-prepared to know the facts from the fiction here. And with regard to the legal standing for casting a no vote, I believe that there is a newer version that was presented and has not been made available to the ZBA and should be. So I am saying no, because I think it should go back to the ZBA.
All right, thank you. You ready?
yes, next is Ford.
This is Ford. My vote is no. And partially for, I mean, not partially, but for A, that I think there is some morals and safety and comfort awareness that's put in this for the simple fact of how this is presented and how it's going to look being right next to the playground. Also, this states that this responsibility should really be at the zoning boards of appeal, not at ours, and that's where this should be sit back to and start it. I think that would be the proper procedure for us to do. As far as the rest of the B, C, D, and F, I think it does kind of meet those stipulations.
Okay. Thank you.
Gums.
Gums is a no. I will cite A, B, and C. I think that the, under A, safety, morals, comfort, and general welfare, have sufficiently been expressed or articulated by the folks that live in this area. I concur with them. Under B, I believe the enjoyment of, other property has also been identified as an issue. And, C.
You have to have facts to back these things up though. Not just hearsay, not just conversation. Facts.
Support of C, or you feel C, you're not opposed to C as well?
I believe C is part of my, no vote as well here. Because it's not normal for the area.
May, I believe, still.
Okay.
And I
Iqbal.
object to having to do that.
Iqbal.
Iqbal votes yes. I believe that applicant has met all the requirements that the statutes requires of him. All the factors are met when all the 12 stipulations are met. So I vote yes.
Okay. Juby.
Juby votes no. I believe that under A, that the residents do believe that their safety, comfort, and general welfare will be diminished by the project in their neighborhood. B, that the special use will not be injurious to the use and enjoyment of other property in the immediate vicinity. I do not feel that the residents will feel comfortable or enjoy using their property that's in the immediate vicinity of this solar project. And C, the establishment shall not impede the normal and orderly development and improvement of surrounding properties. I believe that all the properties outside of the proposed solar field have already been owned by residents, and that they perhaps will not improve their own properties because they do not feel comfortable with what was not there when they first purchased. As for D, E, and F, I am unsure.
Thank you.
Okay, Kenyon.
Vote no for the safety factor and the interest and the enjoyment of the other property.
Okay. Caius.
Caius votes yes, and you can ditto me on Ms. Bates. I think it is safe, and I think it conforms to B, C, D, E, and F.
Okay. Leonard.
Leonard, no. And the conditions that I would like to state for my vote are conditions B and C. As respect to A, D, E, and F, I have no opinion on those.
Okay. Lewis.
Lewis, my vote is no. And I believe that conditions A, B, and C are not met, and D, E, and F, I am just unsure.
Linder.
I'm voting no. I think in A, there's a key word there, comfort. We've heard testimony from so many of the residents, got emails from so many of the residents that say they're worried about health. They're worried about safety. They're worried about the general welfare of the neighborhood. They're not comfortable. So that's the key word in A. B, injurious to the enjoyment of other property. We've talked about how far this thing is from the school property line, but up until now, the school has had freedom to develop right up to that property line. And now with this high voltage signs and all this sort of thing, they're more likely to actually tell kids they can't even play over there that close to the fence. So it's injurious to the enjoyment of that property. And the same thing was Juby said about C, that if I owned a home there and I felt that if I felt that the solar field was diminishing the value of my property, I'm sure as heck not going to put good money after bad to improve my property.
Molina.
Molina votes yes. I believe the petitioner has
met all 6 criteria. I believe that they have met the state statute. That is my vote.
Roth,
Roth votes no. A for safety, B injurious to the use or to the enjoyment of the other properties, and C that it will impede the normal and orderly development improvements of surrounding properties. I'm okay with D, E, and F.
okay. Is Mr. Sanchez online anywhere? No. Silva,
Silva votes no, for reason of A, that the establishment, maintenance, or operation of the special use will not be unreasonably detrimental or to or endanger the public health and safety of the or general welfare. And reason is I have not been provided with studies directly engaging or referencing children and their developing bodies, exposure to high voltage and high power.
Is he there?
I see him up there.
Okay, just a second.
Okay.
Mr. Sanchez, are you available?
I am, Madam Chair, but as I'm attending remotely, I haven't yet been approved by the board, so I don't know if that is something that would need to be done after these motions are considered.
I think we can approve you right now because we're taking a vote. Do I have your authorization to allow Mr. Sanchez to attend remotely? It is confirmed. Your vote, you can vote.
Okay, I am going to abstain on this for the reasons that should this go to the point of litigation, I do not feel that I am sufficiently educated enough on the determinations required to qualify under the 7 conditions. And having experienced the Maxim lawsuit firsthand many years ago, I would rather abstain at this point. Thank you.
Okay, Strathman.
Strathman, my vote is yes. I believe that the petitioner has met all 6 or 7 of the criteria.
Right. Surgis.
Surgis is a no. And I would like to echo what Ms. Juby said, Mr. Linder said, and what Dr. Silva said. Similar to Mr. Sanchez, I am not educated enough on this, but I am not willing to gamble on item A with children in a school sitting right next door. I believe that the residents that own their property, you're asking us to change the arrangement that they purchase and what their expectations were. I'm also supporting staff when they said no on this. But I also have to comment before we leave that I think there's been so much conversation on this that to not send this back to the ZBA, I can't believe what we're doing. It's flipping 4 o'clock in the afternoon. We're not even partway through the solar panels and we're here to vote on a budget. And, you know, guys, disappointed.
Continuing, Tarver.
Harbor's a no, and I'd like to echo the same thing that Mr. Surgis said. I work in a public school and I understand the need from the community. I've heard your comments. I've received them via email. And I certainly understand that. And my reasons are A, B, and C, specifically for public health and safety and the concern for injurious to the community. Thank you.
Tepe.
Tepe here. Tepe's a no. Specifically, I'd like to reference what Ms. Juby said in regards to parts A, B, and C. I agree completely with her. And I'd also like to reference a comment by Mr. Peliquin when he was up at the podium where he said, I don't want to wait for that first child to be injured. And I don't want to wait for that either. Thank you.
Williams is a no. I don't think they meet factors A through F for the following reasons. The nearby properties are farm, residential, and institutional. being-
Microphone, please.
Sorry, fire, institutional, 2 schools, and residential. This facility would be in the middle of it, of those properties. I don't think that's a compatible use. Our zoning ordinance is structured for these to be in farm areas, but that suggests that those are rural areas with no significant neighbors, and I don't think we meet that standard. Children will be playing in a playground, both during school hours and off school hours. Sometimes they'll be monitored, sometimes they won't. If a child enters a facility, a member of the school district does not have the legal authority to go in there and try to find them. They'll have to call this fire district. It's gonna take the fire district a significant period of time to come in there. Meanwhile, I'm not willing to risk one child's safety for approving the project. The solar panels will be sited in an elevation above a lot of the residences there. So I'm concerned about glare from the sun being a factor for those people who live in that area. There was testimony provided by brokers, real estate brokers, both by the petitioner and by the objectors. As you can imagine, one said there will be no negative impact on property values. The other broker said, and I think that might have been through some correspondence, said there will definitely be impact on property owners. I don't think anybody in this room thinks this facility is going to increase the property values of those neighbors. I've been a real estate lawyer for 28 years. I think it will have a negative impact on the adjacent property owner's property value. I feel for Mr. Mattson. I appreciate what he's done for the community. I know this is tough for him to sit here and listen to. I have a hard time saying no to this gentleman. But this does not leave him without a viable economic use for his property. He can farm it. He can, and be careful what you ask for, folks, because it could be developed for houses. But there is economic use for this property. I don't think that us denying it will, in the long run, be injurious to Mr. Mattson, but I do apologize for your position. I think there are more appropriate properties nearby where this could be cited, not far down the road. And I don't think we would have the number of people here if we had a different property a half a mile away. Last but not least, there was some evidence that there is a rare hawk in the area that may or may not be affected by this. We had a letter from the Forest Preserve District Executive Director, and I shouldn't have said last or not least because I had one other point, 2 other points.
I need one.
Since we have to make a record, here we go, folks. I have heard and read in emails that this facility will require the Burlington School District to amend its emergency egress plan for its schools. So that has not been talked about too much by this group, but it is something that is out there. And then I do have some current concerns as it relates to ingress and egress, as if there is an emergency at the school, how are we gonna get the fire department in there to get those kids out, for instance, or a fire? So I think those facts support a no vote. Thank you.
No, one more. Mr. Young?
No. And the reasoning is in A, I do feel that it will endanger the public health, and B, I do feel that it will impair property values.
Fails.
8 yes,
8:15. 15 no's.
It's failed. So I'll get to play in the lawsuit anyway. Sorry, the petition fails. All righty.
2 more. Move on to the next petition. Yep. Bathroom.
Safety is a huge forward.
Okay, here we go. Petition 4617, Development Committee. I believe approved this. The petitioner Dale Hartman. The location is between IC Trail and Route 64, approximately approximately a quarter of a mile west of village limits of Lyle Lake. Virgil Township, proposed for special use request, and the F Farming District for a solar facility. Objectors are property owners in the area. The zoning board approval with the following stipulations, where are listed 1 through 12, I believe.
Which district is this?
Okay, do we have discussion on this item?
I'll move
Oh, second,
the
I'm sorry,
adoption.
Second, please, who's second? Thank you, Mr. Kenyon. All right, now we have a motion and a second discussion.
Mr. Iqbal's gonna.
Mr. Iqbal, yes.
I would like to amend it.
Oh, microphone, please.
I would like to move to amend using the same proposed amendment that we discussed in the previous petition.
Previous item. Is this for 11, 12, or is there a different number?
Numbers are again the same, 11 and 12.
11 and 12. There is a motion and a second to approve this amendment to the current petition.
No one seconded it.
No, no one second. My apologies. Thank you.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ford. So now there is a second. Any discussion on this? Hearing, seeing none. Clerk, please call the roll.
Ellen,
Ellen, I.
Bates.
Yes.
Berman,
Burn, yes.
Doherty,
Yes.
Gavist,
Davis, yes.
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, yes.
Juby,
Juby, no.
Kenyon, Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, no.
Linder,
Linder, no.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
yes,
Yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Surgis,
I hope I'm voting the same way I voted on the last amendment that he, which I think was a yes.
Yes, it was a yes.
Okay.
Carver,
No.
Back to the players.
Pepe,
Deputy, yes.
Williams,
Williams, yes.
Young,
Young, no.
passes.
Passes.
Chair, whose district is this? Is this one?
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams, okay.
You're a fortunate man. All right, any other discussion on this?
In favor or not?
Yeah.
I'm seeing none. Are there, yes, Mr. Young?
Next one's mine, but last
I would like just to remind people of what we voted on the last solar panel field and the dangers that were presented to everyone. And I had mentioned this before in the past, that these solar panels themselves, they produce clean energy. Okay, there's no doubt that they produce clean energy, but when they go through the inverter, you get what they call dirty energy, and that's what you get, electromagnetic fields called EMF. If you look at studies that have been done, Iowa State University, as well as the World Health Organization, they say that human exposure should be 5 kilovolts per meter or less, as far as the what that field should be. And throughout all of the research I've done, I haven't found one case where it mentions the EMF and what the level would be once it's installed. And the last solar panel field, they said they're going to have 40 inverters that were 125 kilowatt each. Now, just to give you an idea how much power that is, your typical microwave oven is 1200 watts, right? So that means it's 100 of those times 40. So that's 4,000 of those microwaves going on at the same time. So if you look at the exposure to EMF, we need to think about where this is going to be located And at the last week at the meeting, I had mentioned that the safe distance that I have found doing research from a commercial solar panel field is 1.2 miles. So I don't know where this is located, if it's in the middle of nowhere, but I just want to make sure everybody realizes this. And for that reason, I'll be voting no against this. Thanks.
All righty. Yes, yes, ma'am.
First of all, this is out in the middle of nowhere. It's where I grew up in Virgil, really like. Is this the one where the owner stood up and said that he's selling part of the land in order to keep the rest of the part in farming? I think that's a very wonderful thing he's trying to do. That land out there is really precious to me because like I said, I grew up there. I could tell you all my memories of going to the creek and, you know, all the things that are going on out there. This is not near a school. It's on flat land. Route 64 is on one side of it and the Great Western Trail goes through there. And on the other side is more farmland and a few homes that are actually like in the farming business. So in this case, I think it's a great thing because he's going to be able to save his farmland, his homestead. I think it's excellent. I will be voting absolutely yes on this one.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kenyon, I believe you were next.
Would be voting yes because it's on the country. It doesn't bother anybody. And the Heartlands are hardworking people and they deserve to keep their farmland.
Okay,
But it's a good thing, right? So.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? Oh, yes, yeah, of course.
Williams here. Williams here. Again, this is my district. So as we talked about with Mr. Frank in the memo you received, there are very few instances where we have the discretion not to approve these solar fields. I think, in my opinion, the last petition was one of them. This one, it's hard for me to look at those factors and say we don't meet those factors. I hear what Mr. Young's saying about the EMF and it's unproven, and I don't disagree with him on that. But the state of Illinois in its infinite wisdom has made the decision that, you know, these things are going in. And that statute was, as Mr. Iqbal pointed out, was there to really put the screws to us on our ability to limit them. In this case, I spoke to Larry and I understand he is not in favor of it. He was learning some information. We spoke on the phone. He spoke at all the meetings, and Larry's, I can't remember his last name. I'm sorry for being so informal, but I know you by Larry, so I hope you don't mind.
No,
At our development committee meeting, Larry was there and a lady who lived right next to it was there. And the only thing she was asking for was for additional screening. So I asked the petitioner for additional screening and they agreed to that. So I'll vote yes for this one.
Okay, very good. Anybody else? No? All right, I think we're ready to take the vote then. Clerk, do we need any the same ABC? Okay, could we go back up to ABC? The 6 tenants?
All righty.
Thank you, Blair. All right, I'll sit back down.
Okay, Ellen.
Alan, aye.
And your reasons?
Because. Oh my, it's.
Miss Allen, you need to give your reasons, please.
Gotta give you a reason. I'm gonna go home last time.
Oh, you gotta tell the reasons.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were kidding. I believe all the conditions are met, required by this, county, the state and the feds.
Okay. Bates?
Bates abstains. I have not researched this location to know if it is fulfilling the 6 conditions.
Okay.
And we weren't told that we were supposed to either.
Berman?
Berman votes yes, even though I don't have any facts to support my thoughts that it meets all the criteria.
Doherty?
Doherty is voting yes. And it's because no one has come up with any ridiculous things about the 6 letters.
Okay, Davis?
Davis, yes. This does seem to comport with all of the necessary
prerequisites. And I don't personally have the kind of fear on this one that I did with the last location, so.
Board,
This is Ford. My vote is yes. To the best of my knowledge, I believe this comes closer to meeting our A, B, C, D, E, and F.
okay. Gums,
Gums, I apologize. I'm getting worse as the day goes by with this tooth. I am a yes on this one.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Smart.
Ooh. Teeth that way.
Almost got me there, Clifford.
In danger, man.
I believe A, B, C, D, and E, and F, and all are met.
Iqbal,
And Mr. Iqbal, get closer to the microphone, please.
Iqbal is yes, the applicant has met all the 6 factors that are stipulated. And we have 12 stipulation to take care of the statute.
Juby,
Juby, I believe the LaSalle Sinclair factors have been met.
okay. Kenyon,
I'm voting yes. For all the reasons up there. I think it satisfies them.
okay. Caius,
This is a yes. I was on development committee, so I was able to review the conditions, and I believe A through F are met.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes. I think all of the LaSalle factors were met.
Lewis,
Louis, my vote is yes. I believe A through F have been met. And the last time I drove fast was Sunday, so looks good.
Linder,
Voting yes, in development, we went through, looked at this. Nobody raised any questions about A through F. I have no questions about A through F. I think it complies.
okay. Molina,
Molina, yes, the petitioner met the criteria as stated in our ordinance, as well as the criteria in the Illinois state statute, and our zoning board approved it with the stipulations that we discussed.
okay. Roth,
Roth, yes. I was in the development meeting, even though I'm not on the committee, and I believe the petitioner meant A through F.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, I'll be voting yes. I'm not aware of any reason to vote against this based on the criteria.
Silva,
Silva votes yes. I believe the stipulations have been met, and on the testimony of 2 of my colleagues that state it is not in close proximity to a school. So my vote is yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes. And I like to reiterate what Ms. Molina said.
okay. Surgis,
Or just yes, mimicking Miss Molina.
Tarver,
Carver's voting yes, though I have not seen the property. I trust in the work from the committee and the 7 things listed here. Thank you.
Tepe,
Tepe, yes. I believe all 6 conditions have been met.
okay. Williams,
Williams, yes. I do believe that the EMF issue and its impact on public health is something that warrants further investigation, but I don't think we have a whole lot of liberty in this case to deny it for that reason.
okay. Young,
Young, no. Reason A, I feel it will be in danger to public health.
okay. Motion passes.
Okay, very good.
One more.
All right. Ford.
Madam Chair, can we, on this one, can we put up the aerial that shows where this is located at? That Blair, please. I believe in our packet, it is 395 Either 395 or 396, either one.
Yes.
Brad, you want the line drawing or the aerial?
We'll bring up one.
The aerial, the 395.
Yeah, 395.
There we go. All right.
Oh.
Get back to. All right, this is petition, the last one for the day, 4618. Petitioner John Hatch. Location is on the south side of Route 38, approximately a quarter of a mile east of Watson Road. Proposed special use request in the F farming district for a solar facility. Objectors are area property owners, our zoning board approved with a list of stimulations with this in our packet. And I'll make the motion.
Thank you. All right, who seconded?
Linder.
Thank you, Mr. Linder. We have a motion and a second. Mr. Iqbal.
Yeah, I have an amendment. Madam Chair,
I'll second that amendment.
Okay, the amendment, the Iqbal amendment has been seconded. Is it number 11 and 12?
it would be 13 and 14.
This is number 13 and 14.
Page 39.
Mr. Ford. All right, so we have a motion and a second to approve, which would be items number 13 and 14 on your amendment to this proposal. Any discussion? Clerk, please call the roll.
Ellen,
Alan, aye.
Bates,
Yes.
Berman,
Don't we have to?
Berman, yes.
Doherty,
Oh, yes.
Davis,
Yes.
Ward,
You're serious.
Ward, vote.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, and I do believe they met the,
No, we're voting on the
This is just the amendment.
amendments.
Amendment.
I can't do both of them at the same time?
No,
Oh.
sir. no.
Okay. Okay, everybody deserve a laugh every now and then. Yes.
Thank you. Gums,
Yes.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, yes.
Juby,
Juby, no.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, no.
Linder,
Linder, no.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Surges, this is on the amendment.
This is 2 out of 3 on this vote.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Carver,
Carver's no.
Tepe,
Yes.
Williams,
Williams, yes.
Young.
Young, no.
All right, still passes. 5 nays.
All right, okay, so any discussion on this item, further discussion on the passing of this ordinance? Yes.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd just like to say, this particular solar location is in my district. I've only received 1 or 2 concerns from people. Looking at all the other conditions, I can't vote against it. So I'll be voting yes.
Thank you, Mr. Leonard. See anybody else's hand up? Yes, Mr. Young.
I just want to bring this up with these, as we're doing all these solar panel fields, something to remember is the recycling of these solar panels. It should be done, but you don't know if it will be done. It could be in the landfill. That number 12 that Dr. Iqbal put up, that the state statute could say that you could put these in the landfill. So that's a concern of mine as we go forward with all these solar panel projects. And I was doing some research and this was something I didn't share before, but I'll just share it real quick. A 1 megawatt solar plant will generate about 76 tons of waste. And when it's recycled, if you recycle a 1 megawatt solar panel farm,
considering reading
you will produce, 84 tons of waste, 76 metric tons, 84 tons of waste, 5,100 pounds of silicon, 1,100 pounds of copper, 63 pounds of silver, 36 pounds of lead. So just to remember, that's if you're using the crystalline silicon solar panels. If you are using the cadmium telluride solar panels, the heavy metals are much worse. So that's something that we need to consider. We don't even know, what kind of solar panels we're going to be putting in here. If they're crystalline silicon, if they're cadmium telluride, we don't know any of that. We don't know what the long-term effects are going to be due to the EMF that I mentioned before, but as we go down this path and we have all of these solar panel farms in our area, what are we going to do 20, 25 years from now when these are no longer usable and you have to recycle them? You're supposed to, you should recycle them. I mean, you don't want 36 pounds of lead going into the ground. So something to think about. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other discussion on this? All right, I assume that it is the same drill. So when you take your vote, please let us know. Blair, could you bring up the conditions again? Please state whether or not you approve it, and if you disapprove, which ones do you feel that don't make that are not appropriate? Okay.
Ready, Miss Ellen, your vote, please.
Alan, I.
And why?
On the petition, I believe the criteria have been met, including those put forth by our own staff and.
Miss Allen, I'm sorry, could you bring yourself closer to the microphone?
Need to be closer?
Thank you.
Okay, sorry. I'm voting aye on this petition. I believe the criteria have been met for our special use, plus the conditions imposed by our staff and the zoning board of review accepted all of that. I also want to say I appreciate the petitioner paying attention to the environmental conditions on his property and using the solar panels effectively and avoiding avoiding any water issues that could happen.
All right, thank you.
Bates?
Bates is a yes. I believe that the public health, safety, morals, comfort, and general welfare will not be threatened. I believe that there is no EMF radiation that will come from the panels, and that the panels will be producing green energy, which will help all of our future generations to come.
Berman?
Berman, yes. I have not seen any facts that would disprove the. I see the item 6 items.
Doherty?
Doherty, yes. As with Mr. Berman, I have not seen any trumped up, made up fears. So we're yes.
Devist?
Yes, this also seems to meet all the criteria, and like the proposal just before this one, but unlike the first one, does seem to have been properly vetted and provided to us by the ZBA.
Ford?
Ford would be yes. I think this does have it's really out by itself again, like previous one. There's a subdivision that's not close by there, but at least a quarter of a mile or better away.
Gums?
Gums is a yes. I believe it's fulfilled all of A, B, C, D, E, and F.
Iqbal?
Iqbal, yes. I believe the applicant has met all the requirements of the statute.
Juby?
Should be I believe that all the LaSalle Sinclair factors have been met.
Kenyon?
Yes, and it's satisfied all the criteria.
Gaius?
Gaius, yes, satisfies A through F.
Leonard?
Leonard, yes. I think they've met all of the LaSalle Sinclair factors.
Lewis?
Lewis, yes. I appreciate Mr. Young bringing forward the fact that we have no idea how we're going to dispose of these after our 25 years. I think we need to keep bringing that up so that when that time does come, we have a solution. But I think that these 6 criteria have been met. So my answer is yes.
Okay. Linder?
Linder, yes. Again, within development, And here I've heard nothing that would suggest that there's a problem with anything A through F. I believe they've been met.
Melina,
Molina, yes, the petitioner has met the criteria stated by the county board. The petitioner has met the criteria as listed in the state statute, and our zoning board of appeal approved with the stipulations that have been approved by this board.
Roth,
Roth is a yes, and I think the petitioner met all 6 conditions A through F.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes, I have no reason to believe that the petitioner has not met the conditions as outlined.
Silva,
Silva, yes, there is sufficient evidence that the requirements have been met, all the requirements. Thank you.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes, I believe all the conditions have been met.
Surges,
Or just yet mimic Miss Molina.
Tarver,
Tarver's a yes. There's no reason to believe that the petitioner has not met all those criteria. Thank you.
Tepe,
Tepe, yes, I believe the petitioner has met all 6 criteria.
Williams,
Williams, yes. I believe the petitioner has met the criteria set forth by law, although I would echo my comments on the last petition that there needs to be further investigation as to various long-term impacts by EMF and recycling. Thank you.
Young,
Young, no. Due to I feel that it would endanger public health.
that passes.
It does pass.
Ready to go here.
All right, that concludes our vote on the zoning petitions. So. Sure.
Frank, just for clarity, so you guys know, the development department and the SAO are actively working on talking with the zoning board about getting findings of fact and actually having those specifically done. The development department has created a form for them to use. So we are actively attempting to make the process work more seamlessly.
Very good. Thank you. I would, that would be most welcome. Thank you.
Good idea.
I have to take a personal leave for just a second. And so if anybody else has, I'd like to maybe just take a 5-minute recess before we get on to the next level. Please.
Stand up issue.
Yes. All right. Without objection. Thank you. All right, everybody, why don't we just start taking our seats? Or making a count who's here and who's not.
I think I gave my last one. That's fine. Let's do it.
Who?
Not what I signed up.
Throw us back. Who are we missing?
That's all bullshit. anyway.
Sturgis.
I don't care. I've eaten candy.
All right, everybody, we do have a quorum in the room.
Yeah. I almost got locked out. Elevator's not working.
Hope you're not cooking tonight, Bill. Hope you're not the cook tonight.
I'm not.
No speeches, Davis.
You might make it.
I'm gonna call the roll for quorum purposes.
A dinner plan. My grandchildren. Pot roast.
Am I on? There we go. That's better. Let's start calling the roll, please.
Loose. Just calling the roll.
Roll.
Think about it.
Calling the roll.
All righty, here we go.
Ellen. Bates. One second.
Alan's gonna try to get online. in her car.
Hold on one second.
Yeah, she's gonna.
Okay, so she's going to do
Kendall.
remotely. Thank you.
Remotely? Alan. Okay, all right.
Jamie, none of that.
Kids are done.
Berman,
Going to vote. Yes, for those.
are you here? Mr. Berman? Present? Yep, with a mouthful. Doherty?
Already here.
Evist?
Eva's here.
Ford?
Yeah.
Gums? All right.
Yeah.
Iqbal is here.
Oh, yeah.
Juby?
Over here.
Kenyon?
Yes.
Caius?
Caius, present.
Leonard?
Leonard here.
Lewis? Linder? Melina?
Molina present.
Roth?
Roth here.
Sanchez?
Sanchez present.
Thank you. Silva?
Strathman's still here.
Is present. Tarver?
Tarver's here.
Tepe? Williams? Young? And Madam Chair, you are here with a quorum.
We are here with the quorum. Wonderful, wonderful.
Madam Chair, this is Alan.
Miss Allen, is that you?
Yes, it is. May
Oh.
I participate by Zoom?
By Zoom, yes. Remotely, absolutely. We have consensus to allow you in, so welcome and thank you for joining us.
Thank you very
Oh.
much.
All right, I have just a very brief comment to make. Blair, could you quote, and we'll get on to the
I'll be happy with.
passing the annual budget. So just as a reminder, so everybody has it, I know we've been taking a look at it for some time.
I already got one.
Or this is based on 21. Obviously, we are in tax year 23 right now. So based on 22 taxes. So here we are with the county back in 21, taking out of the entire property tax levy for each individual home and business owner and farm. It was approximately 4% of that entire amount. I'm not going to taint a vote.
A little more.
Just presenting facts. The next one, please. Please. This is a sample of a real property tax bill. And Blair, could you expand it, please? It's based in Campton Hills. All identification is off.
Okay.
Another Diet Coke.
Is that mine?
Chosen at random. And what you can see, Blair, can you get it any larger? Is that possible? We're looking for is the tax in district. There you go. So if you see all of the allocations, which we have talked about previously, school districts, fire protection districts, et cetera, forest preserve districts. You can see at the very top, in the amount of $320, their tax levy would have increased in 22 to $332. So this is the actual tax levy for the specific house that is in Campton Hills. So as you know, this is the amount of taxes that we're talking about, not schools, not anything else. I just want to bring that to your attention. Nothing more, nothing less. Okay, so with that, that concludes my comments as we go on to this vote. So
Audience is not forbidden.
may I please have a motion and a second to discuss and possibly approve ordinance number 23-474?
Madam Chair.
Yes, yes, sir.
Yes, I would like to ask if we could put this at the end after we do all of the resolutions instead of doing it first.
Oh, we can.
And please, you're interrupting. I'll ask you, please stop. Thank you. You've been very patient, please. So there is a request to move this ordinance to the end.
Agree with Bill.
What? Any naysayers to this? All right, let's move on then.
It's to, it's 20.
We're going to be moving 23-474 to the end. Yes, Ms. Juby.
So is it my understanding we're moving the levies before the budget?
Yes.
Well, can you tell me the purpose, why we would approve a levy before we would approve the budget? Because if we
Well-
don't approve the levy, it might change the budget? Is that why we're switching it? Yes, okay, all right, thank you.
I understood.
Was there an answer?
Madam Chair.
Yes, hold on a second, please. It has been, it has been asked of me, ASA.
Uncharted
Civil.
waters.
Since we suspended the rules of orders for a particular vote when we were discussing the solar fields, do we have to bring those rules of order back into place? Or is that specific to the solar field discussion?
The motion was specific to the solar fields
To suspend the rules?
to suspend the
Yeah, it was
rules.
To suspend the rules that,
Okay.
yes.
It was a question that was asked and
Was
wanted to make sure it
asked,
was
vote only.
addressed.
Yeah, I believe you're fine to continue forward. You will be back under Robert's rules going forward.
Okay, so very clear. We are back in Robert's rules. All right, so we had consensus that we will deal with ordinance 23474 at a later time during this meeting. So now do I have a motion and a second to approve item number 23-475?
Berman moves.
Thank you, Mr. Berman.
Gums will second.
Thank you, Ms. Gums. Is there any discussion? Yes, Mr. Iqbal.
One thing that I need some clarification is the insurance
Microphone,
liability.
please.
Not here.
Hold, please.
Yeah, thank you.
Somebody should just wire.
One thing that I need clarification is the name of the fund itself. It says insurance liability. Insurance does not create liability, so there has to be something different in the name. Insurance reduces liability, or it has to be something else.
Dr. Paul, I
I-
just believe that's the nickname for the associated fund. Kathy, can you confirm that?
Yes, that's the name of the fund and that is the name of the levy.
And please introduce yourself so you're on record.
Kathy Hopkinson, Finance.
Thank you.
He's been here 3 years.
Does that answer your question, sir?
I don't understand. I mean, it should be insurance premium, insurance copay, but not insurance liability.
It's partially self-funded, so it is a liability.
Then Mr. Leonard, please could you say it out loud so we can hear?
I was just saying, part of our insurance here is self-insured. We pay it, so it's a potential liability. So we have to fund it to have the money in case we have a liability on any claim.
Okay.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, it's here.
All right, no, any other discussion on this item? Then clerk, please call the roll.
Ms. Allen, are you on remotely again?
Yes.
Ms. Allen,
Allen, aye.
thank you. Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty,
Oh, yes.
Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
yes.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, yes.
Juby,
Juby, I.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Guys, yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis, Linder,
Yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Surges,
Yes.
Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe,
Deppie, yes.
Williams,
Williams, yes.
Young.
Young, yes.
Passes.
May I have a motion and a second to approve item number 23-476?
Mervin moves.
Thank you, Mr. Bourbon.
Second, Linder.
Thank you, Mr. Linder. Is there a discussion on this item?
Madam Chair.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Yes, I've
Leonard.
read this resolution over a couple of times, and I would like it amended to show the actual increase in the tax levy, the property tax levy, which is $2,447,509. So I would like that included in this resolution, and then I would also like added into the resolution the fact that this incorporates for all existing property tax owners in Kane County a 4% increase. All we do is state an amount. No one knows where that money's coming from or how it's been derived, and I think we need to have some transparency and explain that.
Motion, Mr. Leonard.
Yes.
Make a motion.
I'll move
Davis,
it.
second.
All right, so that we have an amendment on the floor to amend it to 2,477,000 and
And $509. Not sure about that. Give me 1 second. I think there are some cents here. Hang on.
Kathy's got the number.
Just 1 second.
It's an increase, right?
Mr. Leonard, I have $2,253 no, sorry, I have $2,253,936. If you take the last year's tax levy of $33,453,014 and you subtract the 35,706, oh, I might not have had, I might have rounded up, didn't I? I did,
Why
I'm
don't we
sorry.
Bring Ms. Hopkinson up, our Chief Financial Officer. I'm sure she'd have accurate numbers for us.
2,447,509.
Any cents or not?
She rounded too.
Have it rounded.
That's what I was looking for, the cents.
And could you confirm, is it 4% or 3.7?
3.9.
3.9.
And
3.9. What's
I would-
the amount, please?
3.9 is the total increase for all the levies. So just on the general fund,
2 million, the increase is 2,447,509. Yeah, there's no sense on that.
on the general fund, it's 7.3.
And Madam Chair, could we repeat the dollar amount, please?
The dollar amount to my
2,447,509.
is 2,477,000.
447.
2,447,509.
Thank you.
And as it relates to the general fund, that was 7.3%.
Yes.
And then a 3.9%
I would
overall.
like that percentage
Yes.
included in that resolution also.
Right. We're all good? Everybody understand what you're voting on? This is a motion to amend.
This is.
Clerk, please call the roll. We've had discussion. Is there any additional
This
discussion?
this is
Yes.
adding language just for clarification, correct? It's not
Correct.
changing any of the numbers or
Right, no
anything.
numbers.
We're just adding clarification.
Adding clarification.
I'm assuming the math is right. Right?
We've got it from,
So, yeah.
from our financial officer. All right. Clerk, please call the roll. This is to amend.
Yes. Ellen,
Alan, I.
Bates,
Please come back to me.
Berman,
Yes.
Doherty,
yes.
Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, yes.
Juby,
Juby, I.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yeah.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Melina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman, yes.
Sturgis,
Yes.
Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Epi,
Yes.
Williams,
Williams, yes.
Young.
Young, yes.
That passes.
Bates,
Oh, I'm sorry, Bates.
yes.
Okay.
It's hard always being at the beginning of the alphabet.
Very good. Okay, motion passes.
Do we go back to the
We're going on to two.
amendment or no?
No,
Oh,
the
no,
amendment.
the amendment.
Pass.
The amendment passes. So
Madam
now,
Chair.
yeah, Mr. Doherty, yes.
Can we get the camera on so those of us online can see what the hell's happening?
Oh, camera's off, yeah. Move
Oh, of
camera,
course.
The big
It goes
camera.
off at 5 automatically.
Lights go off at 6.
Camera back on.
What's happening?
No.
Invasion of our privacy.
Mr. Doherty, it's coming on. Can you see it?
Thank you.
No,
Yes,
fine.
thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. And thanks for bringing that to our attention. All right. So now we have a discussion on the amendment of the amended levy for the general fund. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to ask a couple of questions of Ms. Hopkinson, if I could, for clarification. Number one, I wanted to find out, I know that the property tax increase is $2,447,509. I'm wondering if in this budget, you have allocated the interest earned from ARPA into the budget.
The interest earned from the ARPA fund into the general fund, no.
Yes. And why is that?
Haven't done it.
I mean, my concern is this, if we're asking our property owners here in Kane County to pay an additional roughly $2.5 million, and we have interest earned that we can use in the general fund to help balance the budget, I don't know why we're not doing that. And I would like to suggest that we make that change to the budget. And in that way, I think we can reduce the long-term surplus that we're allocating or projected to allocate to the budget, reduce it from about 9.6 million down to about 9.6 million down to about 6.9 million or 7 million. So I would like to propose that we make that change to the budget. That's my first.
Is that a motion?
Yes, but I mean, when we get there.
We're not on the budget.
So that is one thing I'd like people to consider.
We're not really changing the budget now. We're just talking about the appropriation.
Yeah, we're talking about the appropriation of that money.
Correct.
I'd like that interest earned from ARPA put into balancing the budget for 2024. The second thing that I wanted to ask Ms. Hopkinson about, and we've talked a lot about it, and she's been very forthcoming on things. I've never gotten a definitive answer with respect to the other interest earned this year and what monies we can or cannot use. I understand that there's a hesitancy to say, okay, we'll use some of that other interest to help balance the budget. But, you know, my thought is if we are not able to do that, then as an example, if we're giving, say $5 million to transportation if I'm correct, I think that money, when it's given to them, they have no accountability for it. I mean, it doesn't go into their budget. It's not part of their allocation. It's just found money. Is that correct?
No, all the interest earned is in the budget.
Is in
Is
the
all
department's
the,
budget?
all the interest earned, is budgeted across all of the funds. across
So the
county.
interest earned reduce the allocations for all those departments that are getting the interest?
When you say reduce the allocations. I'm not
Well,
sure.
you know, for 2024, we have allocations for every department. And you're saying that the interest that they're receiving in 2020, from the 2023 interest is being applied towards their
Oh, I see what you're
2024
asking.
allocation?
No, for the 2024 budget, we budgeted the interest earned that is forecasted to be earned in
But
2024.
the money that they're going to receive from 2023,
Right, that would go into their reserves. Right.
and they can use that in any way they want. And it doesn't go into their allocation at all.
If they use fund balance and reserves are the same thing. So if they use fund balance to balance their budget, for example, some of the transportation department funds, they use fund balance to balance the budget because they're carrying forward encumbrances from prior years.
Well, you know, I'm not really talking about fund balance. What I'm trying to find out is with this interest that was earned in 23, which you're suggesting we should allocate throughout the county.
Right.
Is that money part of their 2024 allocation?
If they are using reserves to
What if they're
balance,
not using reserves?
Goes into balance.
then it wouldn't be.
So then they could use it in any way they want.
Yes.
Okay, that is another thing when we get to the budget that I would like to suggest that we take a look at what all of the departments are getting in interest earned in 23 and reduce their 2024 allocation equally. So if one department gets 500,000, their allocation for 2024 would be reduced by 500,000 because they can then use that 500,000 in 2024.
When you say allocation, what do you mean by
Well,
allocation?
what I'm talking about is when you set up an appropriation for a department, whatever it may be, if it's $10 million, that's for their salaries, expenses and everything. And they get $1 million in interest from the 2023 interest earned, then I think we should reduce equally their allocation for 2024, because if we don't, they're getting that interest, they can put it in reserves and they can use it any way they want. But if in fact, the allocation isn't changed, they're getting a higher allocation and they're getting the interest earned money. And I think in that way, we're giving up approximately $10 million.
When you say reduce their allocation, are you saying reducing their expense budget?
Yes.
Mr. Leonard, I welcome this conversation, but is it germane to this or is it germane to their budget? So when we,
It's actually
part
a
of the
little bit of
ordinance.
both, but it's a valid point, but I guess I wanted to bring it up for people to think about before we get to approving the budget.
Okay, and we are, I would like to have this directed, and I appreciate your comments, to this ordinance, please.
Ms. Hopkinson, and Mr. Leonard.
Resolution, my apologies.
Bates here. My understanding is that if a department needs $10 million for the year, there might be $9 million there, and we would take another million out of the interest fund to make them whole. But that $1 million of interest is not like funny money. I don't know what else to call it. It's not discretionary income, and bring them up to 11 million, but that the interest money would just bring them up to their needs, not another level above the needs that they've expressed.
So
for their
interest
department.
earned is every fund across the county, except for a small few, because they're grant funded and can't earn interest, is allocated interest. And that goes to their bottom line. It's a revenue line item. If they have interest, they have it. If they don't have a lot of interest, they don't have it, but it goes to their bottom line. And then for all the special revenue funds, transportation, health, et cetera, they can use their fund balance, AKA reserves, just like the general fund does. But typically, the reason why we have budget policies that say don't use reserves is for funds that are operating funds, like the general fund, which is essentially salaries and benefits. You don't want to be dipping into your reserves. For funds like all the transportation department funds, which are pretty much 75% capital driven, where their projects take multiple years, they are budgeting, they're encumbering funds in 1 year, but spending that, let's say they encumber $1 million, they'll spend that $1 million over 3 years. So they're using their fund balance to balance out their expenses. Don't know if that answers your question or not, but.
So are there any other? Yes, Mr. Surges, yes.
Actually, I think my question is just a bit convoluted from Bill. When you asked about interest income, it would be my perception, and I could be absolutely wrong on this, that we maybe have vacillated on that answer, where at one point in time in budget conversations over the past recent, we've said we absolutely don't want to use those. And at other times, we're now saying it's kind of okay to use those. And I'm a little bit confused on, is it only certain ones that can be used?
We've
not
always,
other?
interest earned has always been used. It's always been used. My recommendation on interest earned was specifically, that conversation was specifically about the general fund, which is mostly salaries and benefits. So if you put a budget together, which is salaries and benefits, which is people, and you use interest earned historically, when you look back over the county, we have really good years, we have not so good years. We've just come out of a lot of not good years, and we've had a very good year. Hopefully we'll have another good year next year. That if you build an expense budget and you take revenue from all the other special funds, which we actually can't.
Not to.
But if you do that, you're setting up your salaries and benefits, your people, and your revenue might fall. So just as my financial director recommendation to the county in terms of what revenue sources should be used. So if we were able to take $12 million from all the other funds across the county and patch a hole in the general fund, and 2 years from now, salaries are still going up, right?
Understood.
And we don't have the interest, then
I
we
guess
set ourselves up for failure.
I guess the vacillation question, is there a difference between can't and shouldn't? Is I guess what I'm asking, and that's what I'm not understanding.
Yes, there is.
Are you talking about, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Ms. Hopkinson. I'd like to remind everybody that we're talking about something separate in the resolution we're trying to pass right now, that the interest earned is really going to be much more germane to the ordinance that we have put towards the end. So can we direct our conversation? Can we table this very well-merited conversation and move it to the end?
But my question will be the same then.
That'll be fine. That'll be fine. So are there any other discussions on adopting a tax levy for the general fund? Yes, Mr. Young.
So this is the property tax increase that everyone has been talking about that came here, that they are opposed to getting. And if we can, well, we just talked about it. We have 2.8 million, 2.5 million over here that we can go over there. I don't know if this is actually necessary. But I do know that what we're looking at right now is specifically on increasing the property tax, the Kane County portion of your property tax bill by 3.9%. That's what we're voting on right now. Is that correct, Mr. Davost?
Mr. Davist?
Close, I believe, but not quite. What you're looking at is, and to Mr. Leonard's credit, we've separated this amount out to identify what the levy increase represents in dollars. So that later, when you look at an appropriation, you talk about funding it. This is really just how many dollars you're saying okay to in the budget with regard to the general fund. I haven't said yes to the increase in the levy yet.
Right. Okay. When do you say yes to that?
It's one figure.
I'm
increase?
sorry, go ahead. Oh,
The question, I believe, was when do we say yes to this?
Kathy, did I get that about right?
Well, I just want to remind all the levies are the same levies as last year, except for two funds, the general fund and the Veterans Commission fund, because the county chooses to fund the Veterans Commission with our property tax levy. So those two funds have an increase over compared to last year.
I remember is that we levy in dollars, then we figure out the rate later. It seems backwards because it is. We're not quite to the point that you're looking for yet, though, where you say no to increasing the levy.
Are we out of order?
No, not at all, not at all. We're talking specifically about this, and yes, sir.
SEO Frank, if you would like to make this a little bit more simple, you can go back to what you guys did earlier on a lot of this, which is to move the general fund tax levy question to the end with the budget as well. Deal with the other ones that are not being adjusted, and then have that vote be dealt with by the action of the budget first and then the formal tax levy, however it's decided. Up to you.
Or not. All right, so there's a suggestion by our state's attorney. I've not heard anybody. Yes,
So moved, Surges.
so
Second.
Okay,
what, hold on, I'd like to get so moved to Mr. Surges, and could you please so moved and
So moved to extend this to the end of the conversation and go on with the other levies.
okay, and we have a second. Okay, so we have hold on just a second. All right, so we have an amendment to this specific.
We've already got the
It's movement. Motion to postpone to move it forward.
I just have a point of clarification.
Of course.
Kathy. Kathy, I have in my notes that the Mill Creek SSA will also be increased so that I have three, the tax levy, the veterans, and the Mill Creek SSA being raised. Is that incorrect?
Right, but that's the special service areas are treated differently.
But it still is an
Yeah,
increase,
yes,
even though
yes, it is.
they asked us for it.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Yes.
You're correct, Ms. Judy. All right. So is there any discussion about moving this to precede the ordinance?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Since we have a motion and a second on the adoption of it, do we have to remove those?
No,
No, they've just been postponed.
we're just going to be moving, not postponing, we're just moving it.
Can we do it by unanimous consent? Point of order?
Yes, we can move it by unanimous consent.
Or no objection, then we'd move it?
To unanimous consent to move it?
Yes.
No objection? Okay, very good. All right.
We're flying now.
All right, you ready for the Illinois Municipal Retirement Fund, item number 23-477?
Linder seconds.
Linder seconds, discussion.
They said that today.
Linder second.
Good show.
Okay,
She said we were going too fast.
there's no discussion. Clerk, please call the roll.
Okay, for 23-477, Allen.
Allen, I.
Bates.
Bates, yes.
Berman.
Yes.
Doherty.
Yep.
Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford,
Yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal, Juby,
I.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Caius, yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
yes.
Linder,
Yes.
Melina,
Melina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Yes.
Surges,
Yes.
Tarver,
Carver, yes.
Tepe,
Deputy, yes.
Williams,
Williams, yes.
Young.
Young, yes.
Passes.
Passes. All right, very good. May I have a motion, a second to approve resolution number 23-478?
Bates
Roth will make
moves.
the motion.
It's Bates, and who's second?
Roth.
Roth. All right, very good. Discussion? Seeing none.
Madam Chairman,
Yes,
this
Miss
is
Allen.
Alan. For those of us who are driving and trying to get home safe, would you mind saying which levy this is as well as its number?
Oh, absolutely. It's 23-478, and it is for the Social Security Fund. And please drive safely.
Thank you.
Any discussion on this item? None. Clerk, please call the roll.
Ellen,
Alan, aye.
thank you. Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Yes.
Doherty. Sorry, didn't hear you.
Yes.
Thank you. Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, yes.
Juby,
I.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Caius, yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Rathman, yes.
Surges,
Yes.
Tarver,
Carver, yes.
Tepe,
Deputy, yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Young.
Yes.
Passes.
May I have a motion, a second to approve item number 23-479, the County Highway Fund?
Davis
Leonard
moves.
That was a tie. That was,
And who?
and Davis moved, Leonard second.
Leonard. All right.
Discussion? None? Clerk, please call the roll.
Ellen,
Alan, aye.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
yes.
Doherty,
Yes.
Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal, Juby,
I.
Kenyon, Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Melina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Rathman, yes.
Surges,
Josh.
Tarver,
Carver, yes.
Tepe, Williams,
Yes.
Young. Passes.
Righty. I have a motion, a second to approve item number 23-480, County Bridge Fund.
Caius was second.
Davis moves.
Gums and Caius seconds.
Too late, Mark.
Faster.
You got,
Give everybody a chance on that one.
We got a bridge over here.
all right.
Next one though.
Any,
County Highway.
any discussion? None? Clerk, please call the roll.
Ellen? Miss Allen, this is for the County Bridge Fund?
Yes.
No, we'll pass. Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty,
Yes.
Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal, Juby,
I.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Caius, yes.
Leonard,
Yes.
Lewis,
yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Lena,
Yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Rathman, yes.
Surges,
Yes.
Tarver,
Carver, yes.
Tepe,
Williams, yes.
Young.
Yes.
Miss Allen, did you return? Are you online? Miss Allen? All right, next.
Next, I have a motion and a second to approve item number 23-481, County Highway Matching Fund.
Davis moves.
Thank you, Thank you, Mr. Ford. Davis, all right.
Ford.
Discussion? None. Clerk, please call the roll.
Miss Allen, are you online? No. Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty,
Yes.
Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal,
Yes, Arthur, I'm coming.
Juby,
I.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Kais, was that 481?
Yes.
481, yes.
Okay, yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Bates, I'm sorry. Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Rathman, yes.
Surges,
Yes.
Tarver,
Carver, yes.
Tepe,
Tepe, yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Young.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Looks like some pizza may be in the house.
Thank you, Aurelios. We appreciate the delivery and prompt service.
Thank you.
Surges.
Surges?
Surges.
At the cooks. What, is this your treat?
Okay, after, we're going to
Yes.
take for the county health fund, and then we'll take a pause if anybody would like to get some pizza, please. Could I please have a motion and a second to approve items number 23-482,
Strathman.
County
moves.
Health Fund?
Bates,
Thank you,
second.
Ms. Strathman. Bates.
And Bates.
Conversation, discussion. None? Clerk, please call the roll.
Allen, Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman. Okay, Doherty,
Yes.
Davis,
Yes.
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal, Juby,
VI,
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Yes.
Lena,
Lena, yes.
Roth, Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Yes.
Strathman,
Rathman, yes.
Surges,
Surges, yes.
Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Epi,
Tepe, yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Young.
Yes.
Okay, very good. I believe for the health of some of our board members, please go get some pizza.
At least for the mental health.
And the audience too. Go get pizza.
I'd like to ask Mr. Surges, where's the beer?
That was your department.
About 45 minutes away, I believe.
I think it's 45.
Please, everybody, go get a piece of pizza if you'd like.
Let's keep
Yes, we
rolling.
have a pizza recess.
5 minutes. What about office? She's got a kegger.
It's there.
can we
Sending
keep
it to
voting,
you
please?
virtually.
Gary.
Madam Chair, can we keep voting, please?
Keep on going. All right,
Sure.
very good. All right, please feel free to get up.
We don't
Thank
have
you.
much attention span. What's it called?
Mumble yes with my
Yeah.
mouth full.
Right, are we ready? May I have a motion and a second to approve items number 23-483?
Silva moves.
Carver
Veterans
seconds.
Commit, please, I need to say the words, Veteran Commissions Fund. Thank you.
Move.
Who
Silva
moved?
moved.
Silva
Silva
moved.
moved.
Tarver seconded.
Okay, very good. Ford second. Discussion. None? Okay, very good. Clerk, please call the roll.
Ellen, Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
yes.
Doherty,
Yes.
Davis,
Yes.
Ford, Gums,
Well, yes.
GBI,
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Lena,
Molina, yes.
Roth, Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Surges,
Surges, yes.
Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe, Williams,
Williams, yes.
Young. Mr. Young, you around? Is he gone?
Okay.
Alan?
Oh, we're
Hello?
voting on number 483, which is adopting the levy for Veterans Commission Fund.
Thanks so much. Alan, aye.
Thank you.
Very good. Welcome back, Miss Allen. Good. Or may I please have a motion and a second to potentially pass item number 23-484, Mill Creek Special Service Area.
Berman moved.
Okay,
Burmer and Tarver. Tarver.
seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Ellen,
Alan, aye.
Bates.
Bates, yes.
Berman.
Yes.
Doherty,
Yes.
Davis,
Yes.
Ford. Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal, Juby,
GBI,
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis, Linder,
Linder, yes.
Lena,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Surges,
Sturgis, yes.
Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe,
Tippy, yes.
Williams,
Williams, no.
no, and Young
Young, yes.
passes.
No. The one no on Mill Creek. May I please have a motion, a second, to possibly pass item number 23485, Shirewood Farm Special Service Area.
Sturgis
I would
moves.
move, I'll second.
Mr. Surges, Kenyon,
Kenya.
Yeah.
could you please close the door? We have vacuuming happening now.
Cleaner crews come in.
What happened?
Okay, very good. All right, clerk, could you please call the roll?
Okay, this is for 23-485, Allen,
Allen, I.
Bates,
Yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty,
Yes.
Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
Comes, yes.
I'm sorry, Gums.
Yes.
Okay. Iqbal, Juby,
Juby, I.
Kenyon,
Yes.
yes, Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Lena,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Yes.
Surges,
Yes.
Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe,
Tippy, yes.
Williams, Young.
Yes.
Very good. May I please have a motion, a second, to possibly approve item number 23-486, Wildwood West Special Billing Area?
Gums will move that. Sounds like a me.
Linder, second.
Thank you both.
Linder second.
Discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Allen, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty,
Yes.
Davis,
yes.
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal, Juby,
Juby, I.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Lena,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Surges,
Yes.
Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe,
Tippy, yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Young.
Yes. Yes.
Passes. Very good. May I please have a motion, a second, to possibly approve item number 23487, Plank Road Estates Special Billing Area?
Berman moved.
Thank you, Mr. Bourbon. Tarver seconds. Thank you both. Discussion? Seeing there are a bunch of happy mouths. Clerk, please call the roll.
Allen,
I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
yes.
Doherty.
Doherty, yes.
Doherty, thank you. Davis,
yes.
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums, Iqbal, Juby,
Juby, I.
Kenyon, Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Lena,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Yes.
Surges,
Sturgis, yes.
Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe,
Tippy, yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Young.
Yes.
Very good. May I please have a motion and a second to possibly approve item number 23488, Exposition View Special Billing Area?
Ford moves.
Mr. Ford, Tarver seconds. Discussion? Clerk, please call the roll.
Allen,
I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty,
Doherty, yes.
Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
I'm gonna have a chat with you, Gary. Yes.
Iqbal, Juby,
Juby, I.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Yes.
Linder.
Yep.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Yes.
Surges,
Yes.
Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe,
Tippy, yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Young.
Yes.
Thank you. And Gary, it appears that you are a tenor. May I please have a motion and a second to potentially approve item number 23-489, Pasadena Drive Special Billing Area? Thank you, Mr. Berman. 2 seconds, Mr. Tarver. Discussion?
That's 13.
Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Allen,
I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yeah.
Doherty,
Doherty, yes.
Davis,
I gotta follow this each time?
He's an alpha.
Davis, yes.
Ford,
Yes.
Gums,
Gums is a yes.
Iqbal, Juby. Juby, aye. Kenyon, Caius,
Caius, yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis. Lewis, yes. Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Deppie,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Young.
Yes.
Okay, very good. May I please have a motion and a second to approve item number 23-490, Tamara Dittman Special Billing Area? Mr. Berman.
Alan moves.
All right. yes.
Berman and Tarver.
Tarver. Yep. Discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Ellen,
Alan, I.
Bates,
Yes.
Berman,
Berman, yeah.
Gavis, I'm sorry, Doherty,
Doherty, yes.
Gavis,
Davis, yes.
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal, Juby,
Juby, aye.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Caius, yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis. Lewis, yes. Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Sturgis,
Yes.
Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Deppie,
Deppie, yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Young.
Yes.
Good. May I please have a motion and second to potentially approve item number 23-491, Church Molitor Special Service Area?
Silva would like to move.
And
second.
Silva, no,
Silva, I
Bates
agree
and
too.
Silva. Discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Allen,
Alan, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman.
Yes.
Doherty,
Doherty, yes.
Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford,
Yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal, Juby, Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Caius, yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis. Lewis, yes. Linder,
Linder, yes.
Lena,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Yes.
Sturgis,
Yes.
Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Deppie,
Deppie, yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Young.
Yes.
This is
Very good. May I please have a motion and second to potentially approve item number 23-492, Plank Road Special Service Area?
Gums will move.
Ms. Gums?
Caius,
Silva, sec-
Thank you, Mr. Caius. Discussion? None. Clerk, please call the roll.
Ellen,
Alan, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty,
Doherty, yes.
Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal, Juby,
Juby, aye.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Caius, yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis, Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Yes.
Sturgis,
Yes.
Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Deppie,
Deppie, yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Young.
Yes.
Passes.
Very good. May I please have a motion and a second to approve items number 23-493, Boyer Road Special Service Area?
Gums will move.
Thank you, Ms. Gums. Second,
Second.
I'm sorry, who's second?
Bates.
Bates.
Bates, will take Bates.
Discussion? Clerk, please call the roll.
Ellen,
Alan, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty,
Doherty, aye.
Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal, Juby,
Juby, aye.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Caius, yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis. Lewis, yes. Linder,
Yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
5 times yet.
Strathman,
Yes.
Sturgis,
Yes.
Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Deppie,
Deppie, yes.
Williams,
Huh?
Young.
Passes. Very good. Thank you. May I please have a motion and a second to approve item number 23-494, Crane Road Estates Special Service Area?
Davis moves.
Your second.
Davos and Berman.
Okay.
Discussion? None. Clerk, please call the roll.
Ellen,
Alan, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty,
Doherty, aye.
Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal, Juby,
Juby, aye.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Yes.
Linder,
Yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Rathman, yes.
Sturgis,
Yes.
Carver,
Tarver, yes.
Kepi,
Tepe, yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Young.
Yes.
Okay, very good. All right.
Chair,
now-
question?
Yes.
What
Yes,
is the
sir.
difference between a billing area and a service area?
Point of order.
Fundamental, are those,
You might have to ask Jody Walnick for
leave
that.
it alone. Let it go.
But
Let it go.
that's, these are the names that they've always been called.
Good.
And when the fund, like the Boyer Road is new this year, that fund was just created, I think 2 months ago. So
Cliff, the
that's what
answer
their,
is,
na-
there's
their
no
names.
difference.
Was a difference. I'm just curious why they were, language was different. That's all.
It's their name.
Yeah.
It's the name that they created.
It's because,
All All right, we're now going into an ordinance, please. May I have a motion and a second to discuss and possibly
Madam
approve?
Chair. The motion was moved to the end of the tabling of that section. You would want to do the ordinances, unless there's a particular reason you want to move the ordinances ahead of the budget.
This is the non-union.
What needs to be
55 wasn't
clarified, Shepro, what was moved to at this point was the budget ordinance and, and the budget and appropriation ordinance and the resolution for the general fund levy. And I don't know that we specified which one of those would come first. Still one.
But we still have ordinance 495, do we?
I'm just going in order as
Okay,
presented.
all right. I mean, that's pleasure of the board.
We can do that one first.
I agree with you.
What I would say at this point is because of the issues that we've had come to light related to the ordinance under 248, you may want to do 248 discussion on this before you go down this road on this one because of the conversations we've had in the past.
48.
I am fine either way if you want to leave it as is, but my recommendation would be to move it, move this particular one until after the ordinance
So-
changes.
You're suggesting that we go to 474, then 476, and then 495.
It's a done deal.
Just-
495 now.
Let's see where.
Come on.
Yes, until you get to 495, I would actually suggest you move 495 until after the two budget ordinance changes suggestions under 23472 and 23473.
473 under.
495 is part of the budget.
Right, it's the discretion of the board. Do you want to move forward with 495?
Yes.
Approve that? Okay, very good. Thank you. May I please have a motion and a second on item number 23495, non-union cost of living wage increase?
You had a motion.
Move that in.
Moved.
8
8
seconds.
seconds. Is there a discussion on this?
No.
None? Ready? Clerk, please call the roll.
Ellen,
Alan, I.
Bates,
States, yes.
Berman,
Yes.
okay, Doherty,
Already, yes.
Davis,
That was yes.
Ford, Gums,
Yes.
Iqbal, Juby,
I.
Kenyon,
yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Lena,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Rathman, yes.
Sturgis,
Yes.
Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Pepe,
Tepe, yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Young.
Yes.
This is well done. All right, now,
Suggesting we do 472 and 73 now.
No, we suggest that they be done before what we just did.
Too late.
I don't know why you had to come. The surgeons are doing it for you.
let's move back to appropriations or general fund. Which one do you want?
General fund.
General fund. Let's get it done.
Number is that-
2 or 3, I've got.
Madam Chair.
476.
Could the amended resolution be read to everyone so they understand what's in that resolution?
For the general fund?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. The clerk will read it for us, and we are now going back. We already had a motion and a second for item number 23476, adopting the general fund. Could you please read the amended
All right, it's only as close as I can get. Leonard moved to amend.
Microphone, please.
Inc- Leonard moved to amend to include, what is it, 2,447, 509.
We better write it out.
Yes.
7.5.
Okay. And incorporated, this is where I didn't get it all, and incorporated for all property tax owners, a 3.9 increase. I need clarification on it, so I want to get it right. You can
Perhaps
read
Ms.
it.
Hopkinson can read it for us.
The resolution?
As amended, as amended.
Uh, Now I need my glasses. I can't see
You
that.
give it to. Make it larger, Blair?
Maybe Mr. Leonard could read it because he made the motion.
You got something? Wording? And where do you want it? I mean, exactly.
You know, we had the resolution. All I want to do on the resolution, and I do have it here.
Please.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're talking about resolution 23-476.
Right.
That's adopting a tax levy for the general fund. It reads, whereas the exact increase in rate setting EAV will not be available until after the deadline for the county to establish the property tax levy, and whereas it is permitted for the property tax levy rate to be adjusted downward at the time the levy is extended. Now therefore, be it resolved by the County Board of the County of Kane, State of Illinois, at this adjourned session of November, meeting of said county board held at the Government Center in Geneva, Kane County, Illinois, that there be and there is hereby levied upon all taxable property within the county of Kane a sum of $35,706,950.
Right.
Then what I wanted added on to that was the actual increase in dollars, which is last year, a $2,447,509 increase from 23 and a 3.9% increase on all existing property tax owners.
May I suggest, Shepro, may I suggest that if that's your intent, that you simply add a section 2 that recites factually those statements.
That'd be great.
A
Section
question
2.
first,
Yes,
clarification.
yes, please.
Ms. Hopkins, I thought had said just for the general fund levy, it was 7.3%
Right,
increase.
just for the general fund, because,
3.9 was overall.
Okay, well then,
but basically the increase in the general fund, because that's the fund that needs money.
What is your clarity? What do you want to show?
So 3.9% is the increase in the total levy, all funds.
Yeah.
From last year to this year, but the general fund is 7.3.
You want?
then I'd like the 7.3 because it relates to the general fund.
Okay, so an increase of 7.3% for the general fund.
Yes.
Yes.
Point of order, can I hear the exact wording of this?
It's being drafted right now.
Right now, Ken's writing it up, so give him a.
All right.
I want to get it right.
Can we have a why?
That's a fair question, why it's being drafted.
Yeah, why are we doing
I
this?
want transparency for not only all the county board
also you've
members
already
who are
voted.
voting on it, but also for the public to realize what we voted on. When you just list a dollar amount, you don't have any idea where that money came from, if there's an increase or decrease, and we need to spell that out for the public so they know.
Okay, but then you end up putting that 7.9 out there, which is only a one fund variance that when we put everything else together, it's 3.9. You're putting that 7 out there number, it's going to be misconstrued
I'm
someplace.
just listening to the financial. director, so.
All right, give me what
We're
you're
voting on
saying.
this.
All right, so we do have a motion to approve this amendment. It can be voted up or down at your discretion.
No, it was already
Approved.
Approved.
You already approved.
Already
Yeah,
been
amendment.
approved. That's
Just
correct.
incorporate it.
Before
We voted already.
Moved it.
Of
We
it.
voted unanimously.
We had a unanimous.
We voted
consent.
unanimously to approve that.
Can, point of,
Right, well,
point of
here's-
discussion, you can remove this. Can you vote to remove this now that it's been approved?
No.
Yes.
Yeah, somebody could move to
Yes,
reconsider. it.
you can vote to reconsider.
Has to be on.
You can change
The
your vote.
amount,
Take backs?
no. Tested language would say,
Please.
okay, would be section 2, the amount so levied and appropriated represents an increase of, I think it was 2,447,509
Right.
from the previous year's general fund appropriation, constituting a 7.3% increase in that said fund.
Yes, Ms. Page.
I would like to propose an amendment to the amendment saying that this represents a 3.9% total increase on all levies.
Well, it's not.
No, I just,
No, that's not,
I don't think it should say 7.3%.
that's what it is for this.
For this fund, but
General
I'm
fund.
gonna
That's what we're
say
voting
that it's
on.
a
As long as it says as it relates to
3.9%
that.
total
we're all
increase.
a little tired, so but please, no sideways discussions. It's distracting. Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, I believe the confusion is that included in here is new construction. Is that correct?
Well, when you're looking at our total tax extension, they are taking the total levy, so all funds. So yes, new construction is included in the 2.5 million increase, about 646,000 is new construction of that
Just add
2.5.
and
So that increases then that makes this creation of a 7.3% meaningless because it's only an increase in the fund. It doesn't explain that a big part of the reason for the fund increase is in relationship to new construction. So in my opinion, it's very misleading because a property owner could easily say, you're increasing my taxes by 7.3%. And we're going to spend our life explaining, no, that's not correct.
So we have, would you like to amend this resolution? Ms. Juby, you have had, your hand is up.
Could I have the clerk read back, who made the initial motion and second to, I thought what we were moving was to have it moved on at the end. I didn't realize we were voting to amend it.
We amended this. You did that earlier. We amended this earlier.
We did it by unanimous.
And
We did it by unanimous consent.
moved the amendments and Linder seconded, or no, I'm sorry. The amendment was on 276.
Leonard.
Leonard moved it and Davis seconded.
But sorry, Madam Chair, as I recall, the initial aspect of it did not include this computation of 7.3%.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
That it was,
That's
correct. You are
2.9.
correct. Yes, yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair Gums here. Just to break it down here, all we're doing is putting the numbers in Mr. Leonard's amendment. It's just putting the numbers out there so that people can see them.
Right.
So that, right, like that's all we're doing, right? And assuming that the math is correct, I'm, fine with that.
The longer this should be taken out.
And can't the language that you write have a sentence that refers to 3.9% overall and 7.3 as it relates to this fund specifically? Put them both in there for clarity.
And there was a request regarding new construction, that includes new construction.
I would agree with Mr. Tepe. Let's also put the detail of what the new construction dollar amount is and what its percent increase is.
Yeah, that's fine.
Right? Is that what you're asking for?
The overall percent increase is 3.9. If you just look at these numbers, it looks as though we're increasing it to the individual property owner 7.3%. That's just going to add tremendous confusion. Okay. And I'm going to direct all the calls to Mr. Leonard.
It's fine. Oh, I'm sure it's full. That's
All right, so we've got, okay, I hold on a second.
We're just trying to move this along.
We're trying to move this, yes. So now we have discussion. Do you want to include the dollar amount
Increase.
plus the percentage increase? And this is where the confusion is now. Do you want it to be the
Maybe you should just delete the percentage.
7.3 or the 3.9 or both?
Yes.
Both is fine
I
with.
think just put it both in there and explain
All right.
which one reflects which thing and then,
Ms. Strathman?
I would like to do them both with the added language of new construction. So that Yeah, under the 7.3%,
All
which
right.
includes new construction, so that it's clear.
All
why
right,
it's-
so-
Why there's a difference.
Everyone nod ahead with that. Could we please wait until
gonna
this
need
gets
another-
drafted so you can hear what this is going to sound
Right.
like?
So the 3.9 is what? That is the.
Not 3 months behind.
I wish you'd ask Ms. Hopkinson and not Mr. Leonard.
Ms. Hopkinson, Kathy,
Yes.
could you please come up here to assist?
Madam Chair, can I ask a question while this is pending?
Absolutely.
It's maybe for the state's attorney's office, but if this levy is not passed, what's plan B?
We'll be here till 6 a.m.
Well, I don't see any alternative levy on the agenda.
SAO, Frank,
Had to think about that.
I think the big one.
would tell you, given the question presented, you are probably better off voting on the budget because you can always amend it to adjust for it. It does create a situation where if you do vote it down without amendments to account for a balanced budget, you may need to quickly either set another meeting or we would have to look at this procedurally on how this would work. I would caution you with doing something that would lead to that process because my understanding is the fiscal year comes to an end at the end of this month. And given my conversations with other attorneys in Ms. Mosser's office, that is a deadline you do not want to pass. It creates a number of issues that I don't think have ever been fully realized because it's never happened before.
Correct. We'd be the state of Illinois several years ago. Thank you. So, thank you for that question. Are they're still conferring?
Linda brings up a good thing, like. Madam Chair.
Yes.
Just
Yes, sir.
to clarify, we're going to add the dollar amount of new construction, correct?
That's what they're working on right
Okay,
now.
and then they'll tell us what it is. Thank you.
So we have a pause for another slice of pizza if you so desire. You will have it. Absolutely.
Good. Trying to do, trying to get it called.
24 minutes away.
Not this time.
We're gonna make it.
I think I bet after 7 o'clock.
And there we go. Thank you very much. All right, we are ready to proceed. Everybody can take their seats.
Got language? All right.
We have language.
Language.
Okay. We have language and we do have words. So let's begin.
Is this language for the amendment we already passed?
Resolution 23-476
Second, Ms. Bates.
as amended.
Hey, Berman, listen. He's reading you what you're doing.
Where, I'm going to read the whole thing with the additional language. Whereas the exact increase in rate setting EAV will not be available until after the deadline for the county to establish the property tax levy. And whereas it is permitted for the property tax levy rate to be adjusted downward at the time the levy is extended. Now therefore, be it resolved by the County Board of the County of Kane, State of Illinois, at this adjourned session of the November meeting of said County Board, held at the Government Center in Geneva, Kane County, Illinois, as follows. Section 1, that there be and there is hereby levied upon all taxable property within the County of Kane the sum of $35,706,950. Section 2, the amount so levied represents an increase of $2,447,509 from the previous year's appropriation in the general fund, constituting a 7.3% increase in such fund. The overall increase in the amount levied.
Hold on a second, slow down. She's typing.
Oh, sorry, I forgot I was supposed to read slow. In such fund. The overall increase in the amount levied upon all taxable property.
He can hand it to
Sorry,
you.
the overall increase in the amount levied upon all taxable property and including new construction of $644,021 is 3.9%. Passed by the Kane County Board or not. Yeah, et cetera. Okay. I did out better because I got scribblings all over.
New construction.
Got that?
Madam Can I Chair, have a clarification, please?
Yes,
Is
yes.
that the language for the amendment that we already passed an hour ago, or is that a new amendment proposed?
That's the actual wording for
It's the attempt to capture the intent of what I understood was the amendment that was passed an hour ago.
An addendum to the amendment. Construction parts.
I would suggest you are accurate. It's an addendum to that amendment. Any other discussion on the amendment to resolution 23-476? Because that's what we're discussing right now. Yes, Ms. Judy.
I have a clarification. So a yes vote on this is to approve the levy as amended, and a no vote is to not approve the levy.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Yes, yes, sir.
Mr., and I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I thought Mr. Tepe wanted to add in wording about new construction. And is that another amendment?
It was.
Oh,
in
I
there.
didn't hear.
It was
That's the
in there.
600 and some thousand.
Can you repeat that? Do we know exactly what it is? So it's clear? 600 and.
$644,021.
I wrote down.
All right. Are you all ready?
Oh, yeah.
Everybody ready online? Okay. Are you ready?
15 minutes.
Okay, Mr. Berman and Mr. Linder, you made the original motion on this levy for the general fund. Okay, you still good?
Super.
Okay,
Make it so.
okay.
Is there any discussion? Let's call the vote.
There's no further discussion. Clerk, please call the roll.
Allen,
Aye.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty,
Doherty? No.
Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford,
Board, yes.
All right,
Gum,
wait. Did I misunderstand the?
Yes, you did.
And the levy,
Voting to increase the levy.
you're voting on the levy.
Amended.
as amended.
With you. Or wait
Vote
until,
no.
this doesn't fund it though.
Yeah, this is the.
This is how we fund it.
This is,
Tell you from-
this is to impose a tax so
My
you can,
apologies.
you can pay the
Davis,
budget.
no.
Davis, no.
Okay, so
Okay.
Mr.
So we're-
Noted. Okay, so I have Doherty, no, Davis, no, Ford, yes. Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal,
No. Wait,
Well, no.
no.
Wait a minute, no, hold on a second.
What?
Wait, a minute, go back. Let's, let's cancel all of your votes. We're gonna start fresh. All right, does
Please,
everyone know
please.
what they're voting upon?
Property tax.
Tell us.
Okay. This is to a tax levy to support the general fund.
To increase the taxes.
Increase the tax, well,
To increase the levy by $2,477,000, $509.
$47.
You vote yes.
47, correct, 447. 447.
Levy, they can't pass any.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
So a yes, you're agreeing you want the levy increased. A no means you don't want it.
You don't want the levy increase, which means what is, before we begin, clarity, the repercussion, if the levy is not passed, what happens?
We don't have to.
We can't.
Point, essentially, you're going back to the drawing board on the budget. So that's where we're at right now. This is what has been proposed by finance for the county board. At this point, this is one of the things that we need to know to balance the budget. If the budget eventually doesn't have this, then this board has to figure out how to balance the budget absent this.
Right.
Madam Chair,
Next week.
Yes.
yes, by next week. We're passing a levy. And as we were informed earlier that the levy can be modified before it's extended, okay? So what we're saying is that this is what we have. We can't vote on a budget unless we got a levy.
Right.
Legitimately.
So yes and no, because this is a part of what's balancing the budget.
Right.
If you guys vote this down,
Which comes first, the chicken or the egg?
boy, this is way too long of a night for this joke at this point, but this is something that's ready for a vote. If it's voted down, then the budget has to be looked at to balance the budget because we
Okay.
still need a balanced
That's all
budget.
I'm saying.
All right, okay.
The
You ready?
time sensitivity is for for the budget, not the levy, right? You can pass the levy up till in December, if you so choose. The budget, as I
No.
believe is the opinion of the office.
Is that
has to
true?
Be in place by November.
I don't know.
That,
Let's call.
Mr. Frank, you have a comment to make?
No.
Let's cross that bridge if we get there. If you want to vote for it or against it, but I would generally tell you, I will revert back to my original comment, which is there are unknown and unforeseen consequences if you do not pass a budget or a tax levy that balances a budget before the end of this month. If you would like to know the specifics of that before your vote, we can try to look this
There's
up.
one way
but-
to find out.
Well, I mean, I can look this up beforehand, but it's not specifically a question that I would caution you against taking that approach.
Such a good job.
I think the question you might have been, the question that you might have been, the property tax levy cannot be adjusted down. The rate can be adjusted down after the EAV is extended. I don't know if that answers the question.
That, you're accurate with that, absolutely. That is indeed the case. So are we ready?
Madam Chair, I'm still unclear on if your objection isn't to the total number of dollars in that first, in the first part, the 300 and
35 million.
35,708,000.
if your objection is to how you are going to fund the difference, the 2,447,509. It's not that you object to it being in there to balance the budget and take care of all of the things that you're trying to do. If your objection is, I don't want to pay for it with an increase in the levy, I would rather use, as was pointed out earlier by Mr. Leonard, the interest and move on. then what is the method? So do you say yes to this levy part, and then when you get to the next one, the ordinance on the appropriation, is that where you make the change?
I disagree.
You vote yes, you increase the tax, property tax.
This is levying property.
Somebody, Mr. Frank, Mr.
No, it's.
How's it work?
Yes, here.
On this ordinance.
Microphone, please.
A yes vote is a vote to extend a property tax in the amount of $5 million. All right. That it has that decision. What you're asking, if I understand it, is you can't say, I want the 35 million to come from someplace else. It is specifically a vote to extend the tax levy upon taxable property. So if you think. It also includes property tax increase in that 35 million. Well, yeah, and it represents an increase
That's
over
separate from
the
this
previous
discussion.
year.
It's inclusive of.
But
inclusive of.
it doesn't have anything to do with another possible source. That would be a budget discussion.
Madam Chair, Gums.
Mr. Davos, you got it?
It sounds like the only way to not fund the total amount without using an increase in the levy is to just say no to the levy straight away.
Yes.
My hope had been that we were going to be able to achieve a balanced budget with the total number that we needed, but not fund it using an increase in the levy, rather make up the difference using interest.
We could still do that. Microphone, please.
We have other comments. Yes,
Never mind.
yes, Ms. Molina.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I got, my question is, if we were to change the amount on here, the sum from $35,700,000 $6 and $950 million, and change that to $33,259,441, that would remove the tax levy increase from this general fund and therefore not increase property taxes. So we do have the option to amend this to reflect that.
Okay.
Williams moves to amend based upon Ms. Molina's.
Leonard seconds.
Right, that's where I'm trying to get.
That amount doesn't include the new construction though. And include the new construction.
Well, then I guess I'd like to take some time and discuss how to include the new construction, because this is what we've been requesting for the last 4 weeks, is that option to not include property tax increases and to have the new construction included in this levy.
So what was the amount for the new construction? 700, please.
$644,021.
I assume that we can.
And 71,491 is in the veterans already.
All right, so we have to include the 741,000, right?
No, 644,021 minus 71,491 would be the remainder of the new construction.
All right, so I'm not going to use numbers. I'm going to use big picture here. Hold on, please, just for clarity. So we are going to set another amendment to this amendment to remove potentially the increase of $2.5 million. But go back and include new construction and the veterans. Is that accurate?
Correct.
That would be my intention.
Yeah.
All right, so there has been a motion and a second to approve that. Is there any discussion on that?
Madam
How
Chair,
can you do
may we
that?
have the
We
numbers?
already started the vote. We're halfway through the vote.
No, we canceled it.
Canceled it.
Cancel.
Cancel.
I just don't trust it.
So yes, sir. Please, Mr. Tepe.
Madam Chair, we need the exact numbers. This is,
We're gonna, yes, we're
we can't vote
discussing.
on something without exact numbers.
Okay, so let's,
My request was to pause for 5 minutes to get the exact number so that we can vote appropriately.
Yes.
so we're going to take a pause again, go get some more pizza.
Also, oh,
Yes,
sorry.
yes,
Legally,
please.
remember that later on that money, you have to figure it out in the budget. So start thinking about that too. I believe the suggestion has been made to make that up with either interest or reserve. So I'm just having everybody pre-think that, so maybe no further 5-minute meetings.
Yes.
We'll try.
Exactly right.
We'll try. Stay close so we can call you back in.
Did you ask Chef Rowe if he wanted some pizza? Shit, turn the microphones off.
Let's please all seat.
All right, ladies, gentlemen, we're ready to go.
Money every year, every month. Yeah, sure.
I got my-
He's
Mortgage payment.
You having fun?
already.
I don't have a shot.
Scribe ready?
Back.
Oh, here you go.
Well, it's really very simple.
Yeah.
The.
Oh, okay, wait a minute. Hold on. We got everybody here?
No, Mavis stepped out and
Do we have a quorum in the room?
Kathy, what was that veterans number?
Okay, we have a quorum in the room.
Sturgis is up and left.
Yeah.
He'll be back though.
And Gums is
Somebody
somewhere
could
too.
like read the Gettysburg Address.
We have a quorum in the room, though. We can begin.
All right.
Smell like cigarettes. Were you a smoker?
So I've been asked to read the proposed amendment. And it would simply be to delete the reference to $35,706,950 and replace it with is that a three? $33,831,971.
Get all about.
We want specification about new construction and add in, make sure that the new construction and the veterans have to be included in that number as well.
That's already.
We dropped Leonard's amendment.
But we want that wording in the amendment. That's what, would not we, my apologies. This is what the board has asked.
Okay.
So it's gonna.
Refer to the finance director on that one. how you.
Kathleen, can you provide those two numbers?
Oh, I have the numbers. Yeah, okay, hold on. The veterans, levies are $71,491. And the new construction is $644,021.
Kathleen, could you get closer to your microphone, please?
Sorry, turn it off. Of the $644,021, that represents new construction, $71,491 is already applied to the Veterans Commission Fund. So the difference is $572,530. 572,530.
Perfect.
530. All right, so we're going to read that back with clarity one more time. So everybody has an understanding of what it is you're potentially going to vote on. Do you want to read it or you want to?
Like, we need your microphone.
Microphone.
Right, I'm gonna go into the, now therefore it be resolved paragraph by the County Board of the County of Kane, State of Illinois, at this adjourned session of the November meeting of said county board held at the Government Center in Geneva, Kane County, Illinois. As follows, section 1, there will be and there is hereby levied upon all taxable property within the County of Kane the sum of $33,831,971. Section 2, the amount so levied represents an increase of the, where is it, 244 million? And the rights,
It's been removed.
The numbers now.
Those are gone.
Those numbers have changed.
okay, no, I mean, maybe not.
640.
But this is voted upon yet. It isn't, it's a potential amendment to that other.
Okay, then I have it
amendment.
wrong.
This is a draft to the,
Can you
to the
read section 2, Ken?
I
$649,021
think we're working backwards.
for new
We sit down to
construction.
budget, then approve the levy.
644,
oh, two.
021 for new construction.
I'm
And
way past that.
1 minute past.
71,491
Way
for
past there.
veterans, which we subtract from the
That's my alarm.
644. So we come up with a net amount increase of $572,530.
All right.
No idea.
Somehow, you know what?
We're going to have to read it again for clarity.
Yeah, because I want to get section 2 correct. So Ken, if you want to read section 2 again, so that I get it right.
I don't have section 2 written. on. Section 2 is based on your other.
Okay, well, so I would double check. So the increase now is what? Instead of 240,4709,
It's 572,530. That's the net increase.
572, 530.
That's what Kathy gave us.
Okay, okay. And okay, so the percentages are gone.
Budget, we have to come.
Percentages are gone.
Mess this.
We don't need to talk about the 3.9%.
Roth, is that official? Would you like to make that announcement?
Well, I have to tell you. A, B, or C.
That announcement.
No,
24,021. Of which
Oh, I'm so glad you stayed.
1,491 is already appropriate.
Get into each other's.
Shot every time somebody says it.
For the veterans. Assistance.
Yes.
All right, let's try it.
Read it slowly to Celeste.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
I think so.
Yeah, we're subtracting.
Broke down.
Uber.
Iqbal broke down and ate some pizza. You gave up and ate pizza.
Yeah.
Well, Gets really crabby when he's.
But look, you get crabby when you breathe. So, I mean, it's.
I'm crabby all the time, so.
Okay,
Gonna try.
okay, Mr. Shepro is going to read
I'm
this
gonna
again,
try one more
please.
time. Two, amount so levied and appropriated. No, sorry, strike appropriated. The amount so levied represents an increase of 572,530 from the previous year's levy in the general fund. Okay.
Which includes
Totaling 33, well, no, we already said the 33 million is
Mhm.
part of
Did
it.
you already put that
Yeah.
in there?
That section one uses the number of 30, you have that, the 33,831,971
$831,971.
in section one.
to reflect new construction.
And then this is the explanatory. And, okay, and then a new sentence, part of section two, yeah.
Going up for broccoli? I'm just getting lucky with being my first time this way. Nice. My first meeting. Have some pizza? You don't eat pizza?
Back to refrigerator.
I will move it. So you don't speak yet. Oh, God. Dinner party. All right. Candlelight. Oh, bullshit. Wine. Yeah, you could, you deserve it. Poor Kathy. So.
Time to eat my last protein bar.
Go right ahead.
Oh.
So then,
Oh, my goodness. Thing to vote on. So, yeah, they're pretty good.
Yeah,
I like
vodka
them.
would be good.
They're the best.
Actually, it would.
Ladies, gentlemen, just for time frame. I'm going to ask you to consider moving ordinance 23-472 and 473 to the next meeting of the county board. I believe everyone is exhausted.
Uh-huh.
But no, that's,
Those are ordinances, that's not related to the tax levy.
Not the-
it's all right.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, perfect point of order. My recollection was pardon me, Williams. My recollection was 23-472. We tabled to our December meeting.
Correct.
Anyway, so I'm not
I-
sure why it's even on here.
I put it up there, so see if we could get it done now, because we just increased the opportunity for the raising of
Madam Chair, if you will.
the salaries, non-union salaries. That was why.
Mr. Williams, I think I would like to hear from the state's attorney's office, but I think some of these are essential. And Ms. Labrillo has left, gone home, and come back in anticipation of these.
Madam Chair, if I may address Mr. Sturgis directly.
Absolutely.
So at the meeting, one of the things that I asked Ms. Labrillo to do was to send us our October policies so that we could read the policy that was enacted in October in conjunction with the proposed ordinance. So we all were looking at the same thing. She provided me that email today. I don't know if anybody else received that, but I
did.
think it was just sent to me. So, I mean, I don't know if I can forward it on or not with the Open Meetings Act,
Better
but
corporate one.
I think that's important. That's one of the reason it was tabled is so that we could just have all the information at the same
Oh, yeah,
time.
come on, Laura, you could work.
Jamie, if you're hearing us, could you come down, please?
No, I think Jane is gone.
Jamie.
You've got
Amy,
it.
oh, there, she's right there. She's right there.
December's not that
So,
close.
okay, so let's do the levy. We've got all parties back on board right now. So we have an amendment to the amendment that we're going to be taking a vote on. Everybody understand? It's an amendment to the amendment.
The amendment passed, right?
Amendment. This is just the amendment as written down.
The resolution.
Revised.
The revised amendment,
Revised amendment.
the revised amendment.
Believe Ms. Molina's motion.
Yes.
Yes.
And Mr. Williams.
And
seconded.
Mr. Williams seconded.
All right, are you ready?
So if passed, it would read as follows.
Microphone.
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 Why? When gets it? Okay. Where are we at? Now therefore, blah, blah, blah. Government Center in Geneva, Kane County, Illinois, as follows. Section 1, there is hereby levied upon all taxable property within the county of Kane, the sum of 33,831,380.
381,000.
I'm sorry.
What?
Hang on.
It was 830.
Try it again. Try it again.
31.
31,971.
Does everybody read the number again for clarity?
$33,831,971.
Yeah.
Okay. That's the section 1. Section 2, the amount so levied represents an increase of $572,530 from the previous year's levied in the general fund. The overall increase in the amount levied upon all taxable property includes new construction of $644,021 minus $71,491 applied to the Veterans Assistant Fund, which leaves a difference of $572,530.
Perfect.
I'm sure.
Yes,
Just-
sir.
So my understanding, if you vote on this amendment, you're voting just to capture new growth. It will not be a tax increase to the residents of Kane County.
That's
Is that
accurate.
everybody's understanding?
That is accurate.
Okay.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Which will then mean we do not have a balanced budget, correct?
That is the outcome of
Okay.
that.
I just
That
want
is
to
the
everybody
outcome of that.
understands that there's.
Correct.
Mhm.
And that balance,
It
that,
just means we have to fund it.
okay, but at the moment, we'll have to fund it some way, and that will be about, I'm gonna, 1,000,000.
875.
1,874,979.
Okay.
Which we can take an interest or reserve.
All right, we don't, please.
Please.
All right, are we ready? Does everyone understand what they're voting upon?
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
if I may, I think it's important to include in discussion that if we do pass this, we are not putting the burden of the property taxes on our citizens. Instead, we're using the reserves, which have been told are available to balance this budget. That would be the 1.875 million that we would need from reserves to balance the budget.
Someplace.
It's from someplace. Nobody's voted on.
Yeah.
it.
Don't know, we don't know where the.
We don't know where
someplace
it's coming from, but I just want to make sure that we know where we can get it from. It's not gonna, we have places to get money from.
No, where it's not.
We do.
We know where it's not coming from, and that's our
We,
our
all,
citizens.
all this is saying is that you don't know where it's from a property tax. Yes, yes.
I just need clarity. If we're voting now on amending the levy motion, right? We're not voting on the final levy. We're voting on amending the motion,
That's correct.
and then we'll vote on either that levy or the other levy.
Passes, then be voting on a $33 million levy.
Okay.
That is repeated in the session of motions on the 35.
Okay, that's what I understood. Thank you.
All right. Everybody good? Everybody good online? All right, clerk, please call the roll.
Ellen. It's Ellen. Bates. Sorry,
No. No.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty,
Doherty, yes.
Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford, Gums,
No.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, yes.
Juby,
no.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Guys, no.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, no.
Linder,
Linder, no.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
I'm a king.
Surgis,
Yes.
We'll make it.
Tarver,
Tarver, no.
Tepe,
Tepe, no.
no, or yes,
I vote no.
Williams,
Williams, yes.
and Young.
Young, yes.
Okay,
I got 15 to 9.
9 nays. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, 15, 14.
14. 14.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, yep, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yep, 14, it passes.
Fight is over.
All right, so now we're taking a vote on the resolution 23476 as amended. Any other questions or discussion on this? All right, clerk, please call the roll.
I'm sorry, what are we voting on now exactly?
The amendment on the amended,
Okay, thank you.
the amended resolution.
All right, thank you.
Okay, as amended. Allen? Bates? Berman?
Berman, yes.
Doherty?
Doherty, yes.
Davis?
Davis, yes.
Ford?
Ford, yes.
Gums?
Gums, no.
Iqbal? Juby?
No.
Kenyon?
Yes.
Caius?
Yes.
Leonard?
Leonard, yes.
Lewis?
Lewis, no.
Linder?
Linder, no.
Molina?
Molina, yes.
Roth?
Roth, yes.
Sanchez?
Sanchez, yes.
Silva?
Silva, yes.
Strathman?
No.
Surgis?
Yes.
Tarver?
Tarver, no.
Tepe?
Tepe, no.
Williams?
Williams, yes.
Young?
Young, yes.
I believe that passes also.
Allen? Allen, no.
Alan, no.
It still passes.
No.
9,
15 to
9,
9.
14.
All right, that motion adopting a tax levy for the general fund has been approved as amended. All right, the next one, we're back to the ordinance. Get my paperwork back together. May I have a motion and a second to discuss and possibly approve 23474, adopting the fiscal year 2024 annual appropriations and budget. Second, or does anybody want to vote on this?
Wow.
Point of order, Madam Chair. I
Yes.
believe we have to vote on a balanced budget, and this is no longer a balanced budget.
That's right. Oh, no.
SEO Frank, that is correct. You would need to make an amendment to balance the budget for this to be a legal budget passed.
So since we have, if,
We have to open it up first.
so do we have, what if no one wants to raise their hand?
I'll move it.
Gonna move it?
Or just seconds.
Seconds. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Discussion.
Mr. Leonard.
Yes.
I move that we, since our levy is now 33 million, whatever it is, 33,831,000, that we amend the allocation budget by taking roughly 2 million or 1.8 million, whatever is needed from the interest earned on the ARPA money, which is allowable to use to balance the budget. And we've got it, we would have a balance on it.
If Mr. Leonard means 1,874,979, then I'll second that.
All right, but before you motion and second, can we, Mr. Tepe has a comment, and could we confirm that we've got that much money in the ARPA budget for interest earned?
No comment. I was going to give the
Just
same
want-
number Mr. Davis.
We just want to have it confirmed, sir.
One more time, Mr. Davis.
Yeah, one more.
1 million.
My turn.
Oh, geez.
$1,874,979.
Thank you.
Like he said.
To, just to make this easy, I would propose that we budget a transfer out of the ARPA Special Revenue Fund in that amount over to the general fund so that it shows where it's coming from. So a transfer to and a transfer in.
Yes. What Bill said. Yeah.
All right, is everybody clear?
That's what I was seconding.
Yes, we know that. We appreciate that. We appreciate that. So we will then have a balanced budget. Are you ready?
Yep.
Okay. We have,
Madam Chairman? Mrs.
yes,
Allen?
Miss Allen?
I had a technical difficulty and I came back in when you said, well, we'll now have a balanced budget. Would you tell me what balances the budget?
Yes, we have a suggestion from Mr. Leonard, and I'll turn this over to Mr. Leonard, and he can share with you what his approach to balancing the budget is.
Since the levy was decreased by $1,874,979, we are taking interest earned on the ARPA funds in that amount to balance our budget. So it's a $1,874,979 transfer from ARPA interest to the general fund. And that will balance the budget.
Okay, now,
Hang on one second,
wait, hold on a second.
because now I have to bet that now the ARPA fund
Yes.
will be
Madam-
out of balance. So just.
Madam
hang on.
Chair, that is not interest. That is from the
It's interest.
ARPA reserve funds.
ARPA-
That's not all necessarily interest.
Not in.
It hasn't been allocated yet, but it will be in about a
But
week.
it's,
Yes. All right, then we take it out of the ARPA fund and then reimburse it with the
Okay, we're,
interest.
once again,
ARPA
let's
reimbursement.
calm down, everybody, so we have clarity.
well, we're working on
No.
it.
Can I recommend something? Because I don't have all the ARPA info at my fingertips. Can I make this recommendation for the sake of getting this budget passed? The easiest thing to do would be to increase fund balance utilization today for the general fund to basically take more reserves. And then at a later date, when I figure out, because I have to then balance the ARPA fund. And the ARPA fund is a dwindling fund and the fund balance utilization number, I don't know if that's all that remains. So I wouldn't necessarily be able to increase it. So I don't have
Yes.
all the information at my fingertips right now to budget any sort of change to the ARPA fund. So the easiest thing to do, again, would be to just increase the fund balance utilization on the general fund tonight. And then at a later date, once I figure out the ARPA fund balance situation, we can budget a transfer.
Absolutely. That sounds,
Could we do that at the October meeting? I mean, the December meeting? Excuse me.
October would be better.
We'll deal with that later. We'll deal with that later. All right, so we've got the fund balance instead of the ARPA funds. Is that an agreement to you, Mr. Leonard?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, and Mr. Davis also agrees. So can we say it again, please? One more time, Mr. Leonard.
In order to balance our budget for 2024, we are making up the difference in the reduced general fund tax levy by taking money from a transfer account that Ms. Hopkinson will use short-term and then reimburse later on with interest from wherever or money from wherever.
That is not what she said.
Okay, what did she say?
You said,
That's what I said. Yeah.
that's it. So, all right.
Utilize fund balance.
We're just going to be
transfer,
utilizing
reimburse
fund
that.
balance.
Yeah, yeah.
We're just going to be utilizing fund balance to make up the reserves, or make up the arrears, I should say.
Do you need the numbers or no?
We've got it.
So. we
I
have the
think,
numbers.
I think we're fine. I think we're fine.
74.
I mean, something to keep in mind, this is always reference the fact that it's a draft budget and that's what she's going to be doing. So passing this forward with that suggestion being made is putting that so that Ms. Hopkinson can do her job and get all of those numbers in.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you for that clarity. Are we, everyone understand moving money from the fund balance to balance the budget? Yes. Okay. Clerk, please call the roll. Correct.
Right.
We voting on?
Okay, you are voting on the amendment to transfer the money, and then we're going to go back to vote on the entire ordinance.
Got it.
Okay.
Ellen,
Alan, I.
We're transferring.
Bates,
No.
Berman.
Yes.
Doherty,
Yes.
Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford, Gums,
Gums, no.
Iqbal. Okay, you gotta speak louder. Juby,
no.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Guys, yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linda, no.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
No.
Surges,
Yes.
Tarver,
Tarver, no.
Tepe,
Deputy no.
Williams,
Williams, yes.
Young. Passes.
All right, the
7 ayes.
amendment passed. Now, could we please have a vote on adopting the fiscal year 2024 annual appropriations and budget as amended?
24, right?
Item number 23-474.
As amended.
Okay. Second already, Alan,
Alan,
I'm sorry, it didn't come through.
Alan, I.
Thank you. Bates,
It's no.
Berman,
Burn, yes.
Doherty,
Doherty, yes.
Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford, Gums,
Gums, no.
Iqbal, Juby,
no.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Guys, yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linda, no.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman, Surges,
Yes.
Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe,
Deputy no.
Williams,
Williams, yes.
and Young. Passes.
Yes, it passes. All righty. We have concluded that we're going to be moving by consent items, ordinance 23-472 and 473 to the December board meeting, which is,
Why don't we just
oh,
vote
no,
on it?
oh, no,
Oh,
we have
no.
not yet done that yet. All right, sir.
Have to pass one or two of these as Jamie.
Let's
here.
vote on them.
We have to, in order, we voted for the raises for the non-union.
Correct.
In order for that to happen, one or both of these needs to transpire.
Let's vote.
Believe we just have to do 23-472 for that to happen.
Jamie, are you in concurrence on that?
Yes, it's just 23-472.
472, Surges moves.
Berman, second.
Surges and Berman, okay.
Okay, is there any discussion on this? Are you all clear about what you're voting upon? Yes, Ms. Molina?
Madam Chair, I'm in conflict with this because I know a lot of our executive directors weren't in agreement with this ordinance change, and I haven't had the opportunity since I thought this was going to be brought up in December to have further conversations with our executive directors regarding setting the salary. So I would prefer to wait until December to vote on this, just to give us extra time, especially since that's what was stated at our last meeting. It was brought in last month or last week. And this is the second reading, but technically the second reading should not have been at a special board meeting. It should have been at the regularly scheduled meeting in December. So,
As long as that's clear with the state's attorney's office and that's acceptable, we'll go with that.
well, that was the request. The request was to have this at the December meeting.
I don't know that that's, let's let them.
SEO Frank. If this is not passed, then the county board does not have the authority to demand or direct the executive directors to equally spread the 3% across all employees. That said, if the money is given to them and they are asked to do so and they do so at their own choosing, that is what we were discussing last week. But that is a little bit of a different situation because what was actually passed was a direction. And so technically speaking, an argument can be made that it's not in compliance with 248, thus void. But that doesn't mean you couldn't amend it to, or you could go back to the 3% increase, amend it to say that it's provided to the executive directors, no different than the language that was used for the elected officials, where the money was provided to them with the hope that they would spread it equally across all employees.
In the spirit of.
In the spirit of, yes.
So that raises December 1st, or is it
Correct,
January
December
1st?
first,
Oh,
December 1st.
That's a problem. I guess I don't understand why that wasn't brought up to us. We tabled it last meeting. We all thought you'd left, Cliff, you weren't here. And so, it was tabled to December 12th, and if,
We can amend something after the first of the year if we need to, but we need to do this tonight to move this forward.
There was two sentences on that compensation. The second sentence was the compensation of all individual employees and departments and their offices under the jurisdiction of the county board shall be set in compliance with the fiscal and personal policy set forth by the county board. That's the sentence we're referring to?
SEO Frank, yes. Essentially what you're doing is allowing the county board to set fiscal and personnel policies, and those policies can change. So if you don't like the policies that are later done, and I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding in conversations with the executive directors is they have a particular concern about the way certain personnel policies that were passed in October provide directives upon them. But this is simply allowing the county board, and this goes back to what I said earlier, think about these two things separately. This is simply allowing the county board to set a policy upon the executive directors. If you do not want that, then you would vote this down. If you are okay with allowing the county board to have authority as it relates to 248, which is strictly over salaries of their employees, which currently they have effectively internal control over, then you'd vote this up.
Which, for clarity, does that mean that the equity study that was done, what happens with that?
SAO Frank, our recommendation would be at this point would be to vote on it again. It would be unclear to me whether or not a voided resolution by operation of law would be unvoided because the law changes at a later date. So the internal equity study would probably need to be voted upon again at a later date, but I can look that up specifically to make sure my intuition is correct.
Madam Chair, we are not trying to slide anything past anybody. We are trying to be as transparent as possible. And these are the steps. And Jamie, I am oversimplifying everything, I'm sure. But if there's something that I've missed here, please speak now or we're good. But I was told this needs to happen by that date from Miss Mosser in order for what we've already passed backwards and tonight to happen on December 1st, which is like a week away. So if we need to come back and clean something up later, by all means, let's do, but let's not delay those.
So can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So if we vote no, then the non-elected department heads have the authority to allocate that money any way they want. Is that
That's
correct?
Mr. Williams.
If we vote yes, then every non-union employee gets a 3% raise.
That's the intent.
That is correct. That is
Okay.
correct.
And we can revisit this if it's not working out. Okay.
You can go to 4% if you'd like. I mean, it's, but you
Right now-
approved
right
3.
now, yes.
If we approve 3.
So
Madam
this
Chair?
does not include the equity structure and some of the things that have been discussed about.
The policy, it does approve the policy and that policy,
No.
no, it does not.
No, Madam Chair.
Okay.
This
My
goes back to what I was saying earlier. You already passed the policy in October. It was void upon passage because of 248 or the components of that resolution that contradicted 248 are void. So at this point, if you would like to include the equity study at a later date, that would be the path forward on that. In regards to today's, because it's essentially being done contemporaneously,
Big word.
because it's being done.
Lawyer school.
Yeah.
Lawyer's word, yes.
I don't think you have the same concerns with something that was passed into law in violation of an ordinance. So the way this should go is if you vote it down, then you need to change the resolution you passed earlier today to say that it's not directed to an executive director, but the money is provided to them. And then I think a conversation we had last week in regards to the internal equity raises are monies that you can by resolution still hand over in December, because I believe those are being done as of January 1 is based on what I was told. So you could still do that.
The discussion on internal
okay, I
equity
believe it's
applications,
December
the
1st.
triggering percentile level, the ranges, those we still reserve for discussion in December. Okay, all right.
Yes.
All right.
I believe those raises, just for clarity, as everybody's starting to pack up things for clarity, this is an important conversation. The equity study is going to, the compensation, if it's approved by the board. Ms. LeBrul, when will that kick in?
It will be effective with the first pay period in fiscal year 2024. So if this is approved in December, we would still be able to make that happen based on the payroll deadlines. Just to clarify, the only thing before you right now is the ordinance change, which gives you the right to set policies. You can set them, not set them, and change them as much as you want after you pass this ordinance. So you're not approving the compensation policy or the equity study right now. You are only looking at giving yourselves, the board, the right to set personnel and fiscal policies that affect the setting of salaries for your employees.
Yes, Ms. Bates, thank you.
I really wish we could put this off to the next meeting. Nobody wants to hear me talk about this, and yet, and everybody's tired and I'm tired, but I believe that it should still be up to the directors to know their employees, to have the final say on if somebody gets 4% or someone gets 2% based on their performance, their experience, their hustle for the job that they're doing. So I think that the department head shall follow the compensation policy and be audited for discrimination. And I don't think any of the directors are going to break the rules, or if we say 3%, they'll do 3%. But I don't think that's good management, and I don't think we should pass it.
Can I just clarify something? There's the 3% cost of living increase is completely separate from the equity adjustments. The ordinance that you passed this afternoon is a cost of living adjustment. And the way that that ordinance was written, we specifically separated non-elected offices from elected offices. And the way that ordinance was drafted, we said non-elected employees who are in non-elected offices, each will get a 3% cost of living. Employees who work in an office headed by an elected official, 3% will be budgeted in that elected official's office and be distributed at the discretion of the elected official. The equity adjustments are completely separate. It's a completely separate, that was part of the equity study to determine if an individual's salary was appropriate appropriate across the county. Not every employee in the county, as part of that study was identified as requiring, an equity increase. Only some of the employees. Both of those amounts were in the budget that was just adopted.
So Ms. Bates, do you understand that it's a 3% cost of living increase cross-board for the government
non-elected,
employees?
For the directors under our,
And then the equity, which is going to be approved of or not at a later date, will have that variable that you're so talking about.
To clarify as well for Ms. Bates, the determined equity salary that came out of the study, the department head had the sole discretion to establish the merit range for that employee. That was not adjusted by HR in any way, shape, or form. It was 100% at the discretion of the department. So merit has been taken into consideration when setting those salaries that are coming through the equity study. And then the 3% is separately just for cost of living. So all employees should get that regardless of their merit, because merit was addressed in the equity study.
We are
Okay,
way off.
we're off.
We're completely off the agenda at this point. The question before you has nothing to do with the internal equity study.
Correct.
We can have that conversation at a later date if you all would like to have that conversation. As it stands right now, the internal equity study that was passed in October, the parts of it that violate 248 are already void. So that's a separate question than this. The question up or down, as the best I can give you, something simple. If you want the county board to have say over how money is allocated to individual employees under executive directors, then you need to pass this. Or if you do not pass this, you need to reconsider the earlier motion and change it from directed to the
Suggested.
money is allocated like it is for the elected officials, if you want the 3% increase to be given to those employees.
Correct. So everyone understand what's going on? Yes. All right, clerk, please call the roll.
Was there a motion and a second?
Yes, there is a
we have
motion. and a
Surges
second.
and Berman. For 23,472, Ellen,
Alan, I.
Bates,
no.
Berman,
Yes.
Doherty,
There he is.
Davis,
Yes.
Ford, Gums. Oh, she's
Fine.
gone. I'm sorry.
Fine.
Iqbal. Juby,
Ruby, I.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
yes.
Yeah, Linda, yes.
Alina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez. It's gone. Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
No.
Surges,
Yes.
Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe,
Happy yes.
Williams,
Williams, yes.
Young.
Young, yes.
Passes.
Passes. All right, I think we're done. No, we're not done.
You know, we got 473.
At the table. We table that.
Just SAO Frank, if you table, just so we're clear, if you table this next one, then the next county board meeting, you will also receive a packets again.
Correct.
So if you would like to vote on this, I thought that might,
These?
I thought that might interest all of
All
you.
right,
Williams moves for approval. Linda moves.
okay, so we got a motion.
Leonard is going to make.
I'd be
Okay.
happy to.
Okay, Mr. Leonard, really, this is your honor. Please do so.
Thank you. I'd like to move that we not only discuss but approve this motion.
Roth will second.
Second, okay, motion has been
Madam Chair,
approved and seconded. Yes,
I'd like to make two minor changes to this as an amendment. That on the bottom on part 3, the last line where it says delivered in, that becomes delivered to, TO. And where the word is emailed, change that to electronically sent. Yes.
Mr.
The-
Leonard
Roth
accepts
will
it
second it.
and Mr. Roth accepts it.
Just so we're all clear, the ordinance that was put in your packet was also not reflective of the original amendment that was made upon the first reading. Or well, at least at the last
Oh, that's
meeting.
right, this one.
So those changes have been accounted for, which includes taking out the not less than 5 days language that I believe was motion and second and approved by the board on originally by Miss Juby.
All right, are we all comfortable with what the two changes have been, the amendments to that? We don't have to, do we have to vote on those?
No, he's accepting.
He's accepted it?
Yes, and
Friendly
the
amendments?
original was already approved of the amendment, so it's just simply as amended at this point.
Okay, as amended. All right, we're taking a vote as amended. Ready? Last one. Clerk, please call the roll.
Ellen,
Allen, I.
Bates, Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty,
Oh, yes.
Christ,
Yes.
Ford, Iqbal,
Committee reports still.
Juby,
Yeah.
Kenyon, Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Yes.
Linder.
Linder, yes.
Thank you. Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez is gone. Silva, Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Surgeon, Tarver,
Harvard, yes.
Tepe,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Young,
Yes.
passes.
Passes, very good. Before we go, happy Thanksgiving, everybody. And a joyful time with your family. Travel safely if you are traveling.
Still have a family.
You said St. John.
They still love you,
I
please.
would move that we adjourn.
Have a second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
God bless you all.
I have unfortunate news. We have now set a new record for the longest county meeting of 6 hours and 10 minutes.